Grateful for this day and to be able to be together.
Is it working now? Okay. I'll turn this down now. It's good at stopping the volume and stuff. Okay. Everything's working. Everything's working now. Just had to go and do things the same way as before. It's still a problem, though. Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 after tomorrow. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to get it on Switch 2, so it's going to be on June 5th, not at the very, very end of June 4th. But I'm not complaining. It means I can manage my computer while playing the game at the same time. And that's going to be very important. Okay, some countries will get it in June 3rd. I don't really pay attention to Deltarune releases outside of the US and Japan. One, because there's only really two languages. English and then Japanese. I don't think there's... Mine is one of... yours is one of them? Okay. Good for you. No spoilers. Please do not post spoilers. If you do get it on June 3rd, it literally is Deltarune tomorrow to you, so that's nice. One thing that one thing that didn't happen last stream because of all the problems setting it up, I never really got to talk about what happened over the long gap between when I on like the Nintendo Direct video and the stream. I now have time to finally talk about some of that stuff. A lot has happened. One of the most important things, obviously, being Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 being revealed in the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. That was amazing, and that's the entire reason this whole thing is here. And a lot of other things have happened. More games have come out. I've done a lot more things. Like, another important thing that happened between now and my last video was the reveal and release of Mario and Luigi Brothership, and Starfleet also coming to NSO Expansion Pass, but that's not really important. What is important right now is Deltarune and Jaru in particular. Let me open this back up. I remember you mentioning the Roaring Knight and Oberon Smog. I like Huh? Okay, I like Oberon Smog and all that. Hollow Knight 2025 is still true? Maybe. I've actually, I think I've beaten, Pantheon 5 in... Well, I've beaten Pantheon 5 in between, now. Well, I've beaten Pantheon 5. It's just that the question is, did I beat Pantheon 5 between my last video and me starting streaming again and stuff. I'm just so glad that I can finally get back to streaming and recording, because I have not played Pikmin 4 for the entirety of my hiatus off of YouTube, and it's been very annoying trying to avoid spoilers. One of the things I was most proud of during my playthroughs of Pikmin 4 was actually knowing all the enemy names and stuff because of Pikmin 3 and the Piklopedia from Pikmin 2. But because I've avoided Pikmin for so long, I've kind of forgotten all the names now. And it's very sad. One of the few things that showed that I was a true fan. Me knowing all the enemies and names in Pikmin. And now I don't know anything. What a shame. So, the Roaring Night. Oberon Smog. I don't really care much about the Roaring Night, but my theories for the Roaring Night is Kris, the Vessel, or Mayor Holiday. And maybe Gaster, because you can just throw Gaster in everywhere. But those are my theories and ideas for who the Knight could be. But one of the things I really wanted to talk about, as you could tell from the thumbnail, is Asriel's piles of dust, and Des is Ness. And there's a lot of other things. I believe in Seven Knights theory, that's also a good theory. Maybe even Papyrus Knight theory. One of the theories that I wanted to talk about last stream was Half-Bred Chaos's crackpot ICE theory, where Kris is actually not being weird, a weird angsty teenager, but is actually trying to protect the hometown from some sort of evil cryptid by hiding under Noelle's bed with a knife. That's one of my favorite theories. I have a personal theory about Birdly too. Okay, let's hear it. Because I'd also like to talk about one of those Birdly analysis videos. There was an analysis video on Birdly somewhere around here. Maybe not. Another theory that I would like to go over would be... let's actually see. So just have this up here, and then there. Alright. Another, another theory that I would have liked, the suspension of disbelief theory, and how the player is not possessing Kris. There is no player diegetically to Deltarune's world. So many people just hated that. Especially when I have evidence saying otherwise, and that evidence, as I talked about in the previous live stream, is the vessel creation menu. Who created the vessel? It's the player. I think what is going to happen with Birdly in the Snowgrave route is that he's going to become a goner, and that everyone will forget he even existed. Good interpretation. Some also think that Birdly has fallen down. That's something I believe more so in, but Birdly becoming a goner, I think that's also another one of Half-Bred Chaos's theories, I think. Half-Bred Chaos makes a lot of good theories. Jaru is also making good theories, but there are very, very big holes in them. Because I like the idea of the time loop, and, Deltarune being trapped in a time loop. That sounds amazing and super cool, and I think, and I've heard of, one of the indie game in one of the indie games I've heard about in Stars in Time kind of has that premise, I think. and it's been on my radar for a while, but it's not on Game Pass. When I go to Game Pass, the RPG on Game Pass is Sea of Stars, not In Stars in Time, which just makes me upset. We don't have evidence for the time loop, though. Yeah. People say that Jaru is a theorist and he doesn't want his theories to be called fan fiction. But the line is very, very blurry, and and a lot of those theories really do fall under the definition of fan fiction. I really don't want to be rude and mean to him, but I just have to say the honest truth. Let me go here. Fan fiction. There's no dictionary definition for fan fiction. How upsetting. I'll just go to Google then. And now I'm going to Google theory. Alright, fan fiction. Noun. Fiction written by a fan and featuring characters from a particular TV series. Use of fan fiction over time. Wow, it really spiked in 2019. Okay, in theory, a support citation or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles independent of things to be explained. A hypothesis, and there's no synonym for fan fiction here. Let me, where was it? Here. Oh hey, more chatters. Oberon Smog has more evidence than Time Loop. Yeah, especially like in the graveyard scene with chapter 2. Like at the end of chapter 2, Gerson, Alvin says some things in a cutscene, and even then, there is evidence of Gerson possibly going to a Dark World because of the Lord of the Hammer series that he made. So, like, one of the things that really blur the line between Jaru's theories being fanfiction and theory is something that happened well before Jaru made any Deltarune theories. And that's the Deltarune AU paper trail. It's an AU that is essentially fan fiction, but it predicts what would happen in future chapters, and like tries to tell it in a story the way that Jaru frames his theories. Paper trail is not a theory, but it follows a lot of the same structures as Jaru's theories. I'm glad that the chat function on Streamlabs is actually working properly, even though... Okay, Gerson will be on a dark world like every character, Gaster says, is an interesting coincidence. Yeah, that is kind of true, but there is something else. And there are very special cases. It's only for Kris, Susie, and Noelle that Gaster calls very interesting. Like, Gaster has something special to say if you name your character something like Asgore, Toriel, Jockington, Birdley, Alvin, and Gerson, but and probably some others, or maybe I got some wrong, but generally that's the idea. Some of the basic characters have special dialogues, but Kris, Susie, and Noelle in particular get a very special interaction from Gaster. And that's what convinced me that Noelle is actually going to be a very important character to Deltarune instead of just being the Chapter 2 party member. Because I thought that, like, if Noelle was going to be important to Deltarune, why wouldn't Noelle be important in Chapter 1? Noelle has, like, very little importance in Chapter 2. And only in Chapter 1. And in Chapter 2, that's when Noelle starts becoming an important character. But you could assume similar things about, like, Toriel in Chapter 3. Whatever party member you get in Chapter 4, if you do get a party member in Chapter 4. And, like, future party members. That wouldn't make Noelle special, but Gaster saying that Noelle is special, that's what makes Noelle special. That's why I believe that Noelle's going to be very important to Deltarune, along with Ness and the holidays, maybe. They are the three heroes of the prophecy, because it says a human, a monster, and then a prince from the dark. Noelle could serve as the monster, but Susie also fits into that category, and the prince from the dark could either be Lance or Ralsei, as some people think. The prophecy is fabricated. Maybe. Maybe it is just a lie told by Gaster. Also, how's the audio balancing? I mean, I'm not playing anything yet. I'm just talking with chat and bouncing off of their ideas instead of Jaru's. But when I'm talking over here
together as Mom Talk family,
is the audio balancing okay? Do I need to change anything? Do I need to turn my mic down? Do I need to turn the video down? And desktop, that good? Okay. It's not okay, the video is too loud. Okay. Desktop audio's going down. So, one of the key important things from last stream was the idea that determination is also linked to hopes and dreams. I think this is a theory that I got from someone else, but I can't remember where. Because in Undertale, the hopes part of determination is what allowed you to reset, because you kept holding on to your hopes and fighting against death in order to continue, in order to reset time and persist after death, in order to make your way through the underground. And in Deltarune, determination is going to be uses the dreams part of hopes and dreams in order to create the dark fountains, because the dark fountains and dark worlds are like dreams. That's what I think. Maybe Jaru's the one who linked determination to hopes and dreams. It sounds like something he would do. Alright, what else from the previous stream? Oh yeah, the silencing Spamton part of the Spamton sweepstakes. There's not going to be a weird route for Chapter 1. We obviously know that, not applicable. But for Chapter 2, there is a weird route for Chapter 2. It's going to be applicable, but for some reason in Chapter 3, it's hidden, but it's actually just as big as the number 2 in one of the sweepstakes pages. And it also says not applicable, but if you continue to hold down the left key, a but appears, meaning that it might be applicable. So this is my thought for Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is going to have a weird route, but you need to have the Shadow Crystals from Chapter 1 and Shadow Crystals from Chapter 2 in order to get the Shadow Mantle or pieces of the Shadow Mantle from Sham, because you're gonna need the Shadow Mantle in order to do the weird route for Chapter 3. I think in Chapter 4 we're gonna find out what happens when we make a dark world inside of a dark world. Maybe. But also, if that's the case, then technically, wouldn't it be possible for a Darkener to create a dark world inside of a dark world? Because a Darkener would be able to make its own fiction. Assumedly, a Darkener is able to create its own fiction, which would then allow them to make a dark fountain, a dark world inside of a dark world. No, only Lighteners can create dark fountains? Yeah. That does make sense. And it's what we know, but if dark fountains are just fiction, why would it not be possible for, like, a fictional world to create its own fiction? That's kind of what we're doing with Deltarune. Like, we see Deltarune as a fictional world, and then the Lighteners create their own fiction with the dark fountains. So why wouldn't the Darkeners be able to create their own dark fountains? Because, sure, they're fictional, but even though they're fictional, they should still be able to make their own fiction. But what I'm saying is kind of confusing and complicated, and probably not what's going to happen, or what it is even possible. From what we know from Queen, it says, I think in order to expand a dark fountain, it needs to be a Lightener, but in order to create a dark world within a dark world, both a Lightener and a Darkener could do that. Possibly. Gaster created the first dark fountain, and I think he created more inside a dark fountain. Yeah. That's probably what sent him splitting across time and space and ending up in the depths. So, let me get back on topic to the weird route. So, Chapter 1 doesn't have a weird route, Chapter 2 will have a weird route, Chapter 3 will have a weird route, but you need to have the Shadow Mantle, which you need both Shadow Crystals from Jevil and Spamton in order to get the Shadow Mantle. Because in Chapter 2, when you do the weird route, you're forced to fight the secret boss. So, assuming that pattern continues in Chapter 3, you're gonna have to fight the secret boss of Chapter 3 in the weird route of Chapter 3. And from what we know from what Sham said, you need the Shadow Mantle in order to beat the secret boss of Chapter 3. So, in order to do the Chapter 3 weird route, you need the Shadow Mantle. And from, let me see. I'm gonna try something here. How do you spell it? Seam? Yeah, seam dialogue. Let's see. You finally defeated him. Okay, let's see. Because Sham gives you, like, a piece of cloth if you bring 2 shadow crystals to him, and presumably that piece of cloth that Sham gives you is a part of the Shadow Mantle, or is the Shadow Mantle. That's what I'm looking for. Because if that is the case, remember that chair from the sweepstakes? It's glitched like pieces, and I think that it will happen when we create more and more dark fountains inside a dark world. It will eventually shatter to pieces. Good idea! The chair got shattered like Gaster. That's a good idea. But Sham had some dialogue about the Shadow Mantle. You have collected 2 shadow crystals. Unfortunately, without the Shadow Mantle, fate is not approaching them. Yeah. Oh, Sham doesn't actually give it to you. You have collected 2 shadow crystals, but you don't. But don't let your guard down. I feel your next opponent may be. In reality, it may be impossible to win unless you use the power of the Shadow Mantle. Here, it may look like an old scrap of cloth, but I can't find it. Did someone take it? Ha ha ha. Well, now, there goes, your one chance of victory. So that piece of cloth. Maybe at the start, no. You're gonna start in the Dark World in the, Chapter 3 Dark World and won't be able to go to Castletown in order to get the Shadow Mantle from Sham. So, my guess is that getting access to both Shadow Crystals before Chapter 3 will let you get the Shadow Mantle, and that Shadow Mantle will let you continue getting more Shadow Crystals. And in order to complete the Chapter 3 Weird Route, you need the Shadow Mantle. And then in the Spamton, and again in the Silencing Spamton part of the Spamton Sweepstakes, the Chapter 4 number is much smaller, but still visible. It's much smaller than the Chapter 2 and Chapter 5 numbers, along with Chapter 3, but it's still visible. So my guess for that means that Chapter 4 is going to have like altered dialogue if you do the weird routes of Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. But you won't actually be able to do the weird route, a weird route in Chapter 4. The best you can do, all that's going to happen is that you're going to get different dialogue if you did the weird routes, and like some events will change. But in Chapter 5, the number is bigger than Chapter 4, but smaller than Chapters 2 and 3. So, my guess for Chapter 5 is that you need to do the weird route for Chapter 2 and the weird route for Chapter 3 in order to do the weird route of Chapter 5. That's my big takeaway from that. Okay, I think that's all the important stuff from last stream. I can start the video now and start talking about Jaru's theories.
Hello, my name is Jaru. Today I'm talking about Deltarune. There will be major spoilers for both Deltarune.
Maybe we can get to Castletown in Chapter 3. Maybe, but most of the time, we're only able to get. Most of the time, you can't before sealing the fountain. So maybe there is a way to escape the dark world of Chapter 3 before you seal the fountain. Make your way to Castletown, get your hands on the Shadow Mantle, and then return back to Chapter 3's Dark Fountain in the Dreamer household, and fight the secret boss and seal the fountain properly after you got the Shadow Crystal and all that stuff. So yeah, that's maybe a good idea, but I don't think it's likely. I think the only Dark Fountain you're capable of leaving, the only Dark World you're capable of leaving would be Castletown. Alright, give me a minute. let's get back to the video.
And Undertale, so please play them both before watching this. This video is the 5th in a series, so
oh yeah, I was gonna watch watch his Ralsei video before this.
University of...
Because I think this is the video that talks about Asriel's piles of dust. I should add this to the stuff. Alright, I added that to the stream's description. That's good. Everything's all credited now. I'll add the rest of the videos later.
Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved.
hello.
I am going to absolutely disprove the Asriel's piles of dust theory. I already did it in the previous stream, but I'm just gonna do it here.
Jaru.
Or at least the theory that Asriel is possessing Kris. It cannot be the case because of the vessel and Player Town.
Today I'm talking about Deltarune. There will be major spoilers for both Deltarune and Undertale, so please play them both before watching this. This video is the 4th in a series, so I highly recommend you check out my previous videos in order to get some important context. Today's video will consist of me discussing and analyzing one of the most puzzling characters in Deltarune. I am of course referring to the lonely prince from the dark, Ralsei. I will go...
Okay, so... is Ralsei, Susie, Lancer, Asriel, or Flowey? That's what I'm getting from this.
Over all of the
Ralsei's Ralsei. And maybe the pink horns, or like the red horns that Kris wore as a child.
options regarding Ralsei's true nature before I end the video by discussing my personal theory regarding what Ralsei truly is. You'll want to stick around for that part, as my theory is one that you've likely never heard before. Not only will I be giving what I think is a rather shocking answer to the mystery of Ralsei, I will also be giving you 2 more revelations that are so important that they could easily have been given their own videos. In total, this theory might have even more insane ramifications than even my theory on the angel, which was pretty insane in its own right. But I'm...
Oh yeah, Jaru's theory that the angel is like some god that has 7 souls. That's an theory, but it's still likely that the player is the angel, because that would just be more satisfying, I think, for like the banishing the angel's heaven and stuff, as other people have said. But it's not that horrible of a theory, especially compared to Asriel's piles of dust.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start by discussing all the options regarding what exactly Ralsei could be. The broad categories are that he is a lightener, a darkener, or something unique.
Oh
However,
god,
we can
please
further
no. Very... Wow. Even Jaru must agree. Oh god, please no.
Divide the lightener category into a couple more specific options. Within the lightener category, Ralsei could be a human, a monster, or he may literally be Azrael. That gives us a total of 5 possible answers to the question of what is Ralsei. However, before we can even begin considering these options, we first need to define exactly what Darkners and Lightners are, as well as what attributes they possess. Let's start with Lightners. Lightners are humans and monsters.
From what I've heard, Hometown was originally going to be just all humans, but was changed to include monsters to make it more like Undertale. At least that's what I've heard from the Oblivion theory, which I find interesting, but overall it's changed and probably doesn't have anything important or anything of significance to what a Lightner is in Deltarune.
They live in the real world, aka the light world, and they have the power of determination.
Possibly hopes and dreams, but in Deltarune, dreams.
Naturally, this also means they have souls. Souls haven't been brought up too much in Deltarune, but based off the way Spamton talks about it, it would appear that Darkners do not have souls, while Lightners do have souls. This is backed up by the fact that the Queen was under the impression that only Lightners are capable of creating dark fountains.
Maybe, but this isn't always sure. The soul does kind of produce determination. Not only humans and monsters, which is what's needed to create the dark fountains, but there is an example of a being that doesn't have a soul and is filled with determination, and that's Flowey, obviously. But Flowey is just a very specific case and wouldn't really apply to Deltarune at all.
Which makes sense since she believes that determination is needed to create such fountains, and determination is generated by souls. The next Lightner attribute is that when in combat in the Dark World, Lightners can be brought below 0 HP. This does not kill them, but instead just seems to knock them unconscious, or something similar to that. This is supported by the fact that Susie's sleeping pose is the same as the pose she has when she's below 0 HP.
Or this could be a reuse of assets. It would make sense because when Kris is down, it's the same pose as what Kris takes, like, elevator up to, like, when waiting in the elevator after escaping the prison in Card Castle. It's the exact same pose. It's just a reuse of assets, most likely.
Furthermore, when Kris gets knocked below 0 HP in this fight with Birdly, he says that Kris is down, to which Noelle responds that she can still hear their voice
probably because it's... Noelle can probably still hear their voice because in the weird route, they're hearing the player's voice, most likely. Down, and the soul is inside Kris, and the soul is what's manipulating Noelle. How would it be able to reach her? If it was the player's voice, it would still be able to reach her because the menu is not being controlled by the soul, it's being controlled by the player. In Undertale, the menu is controlled by the soul. But in Deltarune, there is no soul selecting which buttons, it's just being highlighted by the player.
Despite this. Similarly, if Kris is downed in this fight, Susie talks about Kris as if they weren't able to hear her or respond to her. This seems to imply that under normal circumstances, being below 0 HP.
This is an interesting case, because when Kris is down in the weird route, Noelle's still able to hear their voice. But in this case, Susie and Ralsei can't hear Kris's voice. Okay, that's interesting. I guess this does kind of go against the idea that the player is the one manipulating the menu.
HP prevents you from talking, which further supports the notion that being below 0 HP is the equivalent of being unconscious for Lightners. Notably, Lightners have monochrome character portraits no matter which world they are in. And lastly, Lightners are different from Darkners in that Lightners can travel in the world of light. Lightners only change slightly upon switching between the light world and the dark world, and thus still retain most of their normal attributes no matter which world they are in.
Most of their normal attributes. In one of Jaru's most recent theories is all about dark matter. Susie and Kris's bodies are being replaced by dark matter when they enter the dark world. I wonder if the dark matter theory, if he had that in mind here.
As for the lore regarding the Lightners, Sham says the Lightners created the Darkners and gave them purpose. This is likely referring to the fact that the Lightners are responsible for creating the inanimate objects that would later become the Darkners. Speaking of which, let's talk about those Darkners.
Walking in the sunshine, sing a little sunshine song.
Originally, Darkners were simply inanimate objects. Sham was a stuffed animal, Lancer was a playing card, Queen was a computer, and so on. However, at his mountain, he was granted life specifically shaped, but Clover, Mouse, and Task are all distinctly not human-shaped. As I mentioned before, Darkners don't seem to have souls. This makes sense, as Darkners aren't really living creatures.
And, wait, also in your dark matter theory, weren't you saying that these objects that make them up, computer would be Queen's soul, this playing card would be, like, Lanter's soul, and this would be Sham's soul, or, like, just their essence, or, like, core of their being, which acts similarly to their soul in the dark matter theory? Sure, it's not exactly the same as the soul, but it's interesting and how things changed, assuming that things actually did change.
They are inanimate objects that have been granted unique properties as a result of being exposed to a dark fountain. Why do dark fountains bring these objects to life? Well, we don't know for certain, but here is what we do know. Dark fountains are created using determination. In Undertale, we
most likely
know that injecting something with determination will grant that thing the will to live. As such, it stands to reason that whatever substance the dark fountain is pumping out involves determination in some way, as determination is the only source of power that we know of that is capable of bringing something to life. Darkners cannot be brought below 0 HP in most circumstances and will instead run away. However, upon using Snowgrave on a Darkner, they turn red and disintegrate. This is different from the monsters in Undertale, as monsters would turn into gray dust upon dying, as opposed to whatever red substance makes up the Darkners. Notably, Darkners have colored portraits, as opposed to the black and white portraits that Lightners possess. And lastly, upon leaving the range of a dark fountain and entering the light world, a Darkner will revert back into an inanimate object. When this happens, the Darkner loses all of their powers and abilities until such time as they return to a dark fountain.
Alright, let's skip ahead.
As for physical evidence, we have only ever seen Ralsei in the dark world, and while that's not concrete evidence that he's a Darkner, it at least leaves the door open. If Ralsei had appeared in the light world at any point, that would have damaged the theory that he's a Darkner, as Darkners revert back into mundane objects upon entering the light world. Continuing with the physical evidence, the fact that Ralsei completely disappears upon dropping below 0 HP definitely works as evidence of him being a Darkner, as
Ralsei is just a Darkner with special properties because of the Grand Fountain. That's like the most likely explanation that everyone did.
Both Susie and Kris simply fall down upon losing all their HP. The fact that Ralsei behaves in a way that is different from both a human and a monster suggests that he is neither of those, and as a result supports the idea that he is a Darkner. Then there's the fact that his description literally refers to him as a dark world being. It is who had been trapped in his castle town for ages, then how could he know the names of two specific Lightners? That is suspicious as all get out. Then there's the fact that Ralsei can cross between dark worlds, which is a power that no other Darkner has demonstrated.
Well, here's the idea. What happens when you reach the edge of a dark world? We never reached the edge of a dark world. If there's just multiple dark worlds, it's kind of like a nether situation, like in Minecraft, where, like, it's just, like, the Dark Fountains is more like a portal that, like, creates an area around it that forms the dark world. But, like, if you travel far enough in a dark world, you won't leave the dark world. You'll just end up in another an adjacent dark world. Or, like, a nearby dark world or another dark world. Like, most of it's just going to be flat cliffs or plains or just, like, emptiness. But once you reach a new dark fountain, that land takes form and changes to match the location in the light world.
Technically, Lancer crossed over into Ralsei's castle town at the start of Chapter 1, but this is implied to only be possible because those two dark worlds are physically adjacent to each other in the light world. The grand doors that we see here are pretty strongly implied to be the dark world equivalent to this door that we see in the light world. My point being, the only time we've seen a Darkner travel between dark worlds that are not directly physically connected in the light world was when Ralsei traveled from his castle town all the way to the cyber world, which is inside the library.
Yeah,
why can Ralsei do this, but no other Darkners can? We never see any other Card Kingdom Darkners show up in the cyber world, so why is Ralsei the only one who makes that journey? Lancer and Rule's card were only able to show up because Kris carried them through the light world. So overall, this seems to suggest that Ralsei has some unique powers that other Darkners don't have. This seems to include his ability to not turn into a statue while in other dark worlds. Both Lancer and Rule's card turn into statues while within the cyber world, and Ralsei states that this is because they are from a different dark world, and thus they don't belong in this world. This seems to suggest that Ralsei, who does not turn into a statue, has some special property that protects him from this effect. That might work as evidence that he is not a Darkner. However, Ralsei specifically says that a Darkner may not belong, which seems to imply that certain Darkners could travel to other dark worlds provided they were compatible with that dark world's theme. For example, the cyber world was all about robots, computers, and the internet, so Lancer, a physical playing card, did not match the world's theme and thus turned to stone. Same with Rule's card. However, the thrash machine that Rules brought with him never turns to stone, despite being directly implied to be alive.
The thrash machine was built in the Cyberworld Dark Fountain. The thrash machine was destroyed in Chapter 1, but in Chapter 2, it's a completely new thrash machine that was built by Sweet Cap'n Cakes.
The reason for this could be that the thrash machine is compatible with Cyberworld due to it being a machine, and thus it never turns into a statue. As such, you could make the argument that Ralsei is such a submissive character that he can conform to the will of any given dark world. Case in point, he allows Queen to turn him into one of her butlers. By contrast, Lancer and Rule's card are such boisterous personalities that they could not fit in. Although I think it's interesting that Rule's card turned into stone much later than Lancer. In fact, Rule's card never fully transforms at all. His head never turns to stone. This could be because, much like how Ralsei allowed Queen to make him a butler, Rule's card just wanted to be the Queen's head minion. As such, since Rules was at least trying to fit in, maybe that's why he never fully turned to stone. By contrast, Lancer clearly has no interest in conforming, so he turned to stone rather quickly once he left Kris's pocket. Of course, I could be wrong about why they turned to stone when they...
Also of note, Rules exits Kris's pocket the second Kris and Susie enter the cyber. While Lancer, who just and is able to last in Cyberworld for much longer than when Lancer enters Cyberworld. But even then, in the weird route, I think, Lancer does still become a statue in Kris's inventory, despite not leaving Kris's inventory and being exposed to the Cyberworld's Dark Fountain fully. It's weird properties. The second Lancer leaves Kris's inventory, we still see that Lancer's in the form of the playing card, and then he takes his Darkner form, and that's what causes him to become a stone statue in the normal route. But in the weird route, Lancer still becomes a stone statue anyways while in Kris's pocket. And even when in Kris's pocket in the Dark World, you still see Lancer in his Darkner form, which is very weird. It's not easily explainable. Maybe it's a plot hole?
They do, but my point is that the way Ralsei phrases this line leaves it very open to interpretation. As such, we can't outright say that Ralsei not turning into stone is proof that he's not a Darkner. However, there is still one rather big piece of evidence to suggest that Ralsei is more than what he claims to be, and that is the fact that he looks and behaves almost identically to Asriel.
Everything we know about dragons is wrong.
Take your ad revenue, Jaru.
Watch out! It's up!
How to Train Your Dragon. Rated PG in theaters June 13th. Get tickets now.
No other Darkner that we've met thus far.
That. But again, Ralsei is probably just Kris's ideal self or something like that. That's probably why Ralsei looks like Asriel and, I don't know, acts like him.
Has looked so similar to a character from the Light World. In fact, people specifically comment on the fact that Ralsei looks so much like the Dreamer family.
The only one to do that is Noelle, and it's only during one scene, and when Noelle meets up with Ralsei properly, along with, like, Susie, Noelle doesn't really question it. And you'd think that maybe even Susie or even Birdley would question Ralsei, but no. It's only Noelle during that one time, and it's not questioned again.
Family. Noelle grew up alongside Asriel.
This is the only scene where Noelle questions Ralsei.
And thus has a line where she seems to make note of how similar Ralsei looks to Asriel. Susie also has such a line as she
Okay, I forgot about this one.
Outright states that Ralsei looks a lot like Toriel. Why would he look like that? If someone made a drawing of Asriel and exposed it to a dark fountain, would that create a character like Ralsei? We see multiple...
Maybe. It's kind of what happened in Paper Trail, only instead of a picture, it's like a page from a notebook.
Drawings throughout the school, so it's feasible that someone like Kris made a drawing of Asriel wearing a Halloween costume and then it got exposed to the Dark Fountain. But even if that was used to explain Ralsei's physical appearance, what it doesn't really explain is Ralsei's personality. Ralsei has a nearly identical attitude and worldview to that of Asriel. They both advocate against violence, they're both sweet and kind, they both befriend the player, and they both seem to know what saving and loading are. My point being that Ralsei, being some sort of alternate version of Asriel, definitely makes it feel like Ralsei either is not a Darkner, or that he is some sort of very special Darkner.
Because Ralsei originated from the Grand Fountain.
Speaking of which, let's talk about
and is very important to the prophecy.
The opposite end of the spectrum. Is Ralsei a Lightner? Well,
probably not, because again, he fully disappears when he dies, which pretty much confirms it, because if you make Ralsei go down, where would the go? And how does it just rematerialize? That can't really be explained. That really can't be explained if Ralsei's a Lightner. It can only be explained if Ralsei's a Darkner.
Right out the gate, we can safely say that Ralsei is not a human. So the real question is whether or not Ralsei is a monster. Well, obviously Ralsei looking and acting so much like Asriel, who we know is a monster, definitely supports the idea that Ralsei may be one as well. In fact, a common theory is that not only is Ralsei a Lightner, but that he is literally
also colored text box.
Asriel. Of course, there are
not Asriel. I mean, there is that one case of Toriel having brownish eyes because of, the Kickstarter.
There are issues with this theory. Most notably, there are significant physical differences between the two, what with Ralsei having pink horns and glasses, which is something Asriel does not possess. There's also the fact that Queen rather blatantly does not have a room for Ralsei, despite clearly having a room for Asriel. Also, Noelle grew up alongside Asriel, and she barely takes notice of Ralsei, which implies that Ralsei looks so different from
orange eyes here.
Asriel that the idea of him being Asriel never even crosses Noelle's mind. So while there is some room to argue that Ralsei is a Lightner, I think there is much less room to argue that Ralsei is literally Asriel. He's clearly connected to Asriel in—
Alright, let's skip ahead.
Clearly knows what the layout of the school is.
Because Darkners are aware of their the cyberworld Darkners know that they're in a computer lab and stuff, I think. And in a computer lab in the library, Queen literally says that the Dark Fountain is that the Dark World is concealed to the library. They're aware of what makes up the Dark World and where the Dark Fountain is. Also, Susie's eyes is still orange here. So, of course, Ralsei would know the location of not only the closet, but because Ralsei traveled with Kris to Card Castle and the Card Kingdom and stuff, Ralsei would know that there's a classroom to the east of Castletown.
He might just know this because he's seen the layout of the school in the Dark World.
Yeah, exactly that.
But it could also be evidence that Ralsei has been to the light world, which is something that a Darkener cannot do. Then there's
a Darkener can go to the light world, just not in their Darkener form.
The fact that Ralsei traveled all the way to the cyber world
and I'm not sure if it's implied or if it's not implied whether that if they still are what happened outside of the Dark Fountain, because there's history before the Dark Fountain's created, but when they're outside of a Dark Fountain, or like just taken outside of a dark world and just become normal objects, are the Darkeners aware of that? And what happens during that time? I think it's not. I think it's implied that they don't remember what happens outside of the Dark Fountains. Also, Susie still has orange eyes. But also, when will Susie start laughing and opening her teeth and showing me her teeth? Because sometimes they're white, sometimes they're the yellowish gold of her eyes and spikes and stuff. I wonder if it's just tied to her being in the dark world, because I think in the light world she...
At the start of Chapter 2. As far as we know, there are no pathways in the Dark World connecting the Castle Town to the Cyber World, which may
suggest... If you just venture to the edge of the Dark World, maybe you'll just end up in another Dark World? If there is another one?
Suggest that Ralsei traveled to the Light World in order to reach the library. That would explain why, when we see him for the first time in the cyber world, he appears coming from the west, as if he entered the cyber world through the same entrance that Susie and Kris used. Remember that the Castle Town is to the northeast of the library, so if Ralsei had traveled to the cyber world by using some sort of path through the dark world, then shouldn't he have approached Kris and Susie coming from the east and
yeah, that would kind of make sense. Don't know. Could just be a camera perspective thing. Because, isn't this, like, when you jump into a dark world, the camera turns around to show, like, the front of the characters as they transform, and then they fall to the ground. So, if Kris and Susie did enter the dark world, from here, wouldn't the camera just be flipped around? So essentially take this image right here and just flip it and like mirror it. Or like just flip it upside down. Meaning that Ralsei coming from this side actually makes sense because the camera would be flipped around. So Queen's Mansion would actually be like around here in relation.
Not from the west?
Because the camera flips around during the Dark World transition.
It's possible that Dark World travel is more complicated than what we've seen thus far, but based off the way the Card Kingdom is physically located to the east of Castletown, and thus reflects the Light World layout, it seems probable that the Cyber World would be physically located to the southwest of the Castletown. So, if Ralsei approached from that direction through the Dark World, why did he show up coming from the west?
Dark World travel probably is just more complicated than that. And even just Lightners entering the Dark World is probably more complicated than that because of Chapter 1 and how Kris and Susie entered the Dark World there. And then, in Chapter 2, they land in a completely different spot in front of Castletown when re-entering the Dark World.
Furthermore, Ralsei shows up extremely quickly in the cyber world. We know for a fact that traveling through a dark world takes a significantly longer period of time than traveling through the light world. Case in point, the Card Kingdom was so big that it took the entirety of Chapter 1 to travel from one end to the other. By contrast, once you're in the light world, it only takes a few seconds to walk across the classroom that the Card Kingdom represented. And the cyber world is much farther away from the castle town than the Card Kingdom was.
Yeah, I still don't understand how that's possible. Because Chapter 1 took, like, the entire day, but Chapter 2 is just gonna take... Like, school ended during the time of Chapter 1. But in Chapter 2, school already ended. They go to the library, do Chapter 2, and then when Chapter 2's done, there's still time left in the day. And Toriel doesn't even scald Kris for, like, not answering the phone or taking forever. So Chapter 2 was actually quite quick in relation to Chapter 1.
As such, if Ralsei really did travel through the dark world to get to the cyber world, then how did he get there so quickly? Does he
I don't know.
secretly have a teleporter that he hasn't shown us?
There
If
are
not,
those doors.
then the most logical explanation is that Ralsei arrived so quickly because he traveled through the light world, which would imply that he might be a Lightner. In fact, now that I think about it, how did Ralsei get back to his castle town at the end of Chapter 1? We left Ralsei right here, walked a few feet, sealed the fountain, and then returned to the light world. Once the fountain was sealed, Lancer and all the other Card Kingdom Darkners were stuck as mundane objects in this classroom, and Kris had to fetch them.
I don't know, maybe some Gaster stuff, or like the Grand Fountain somehow retrieved him. It's because Dark Fountains are kind of alike. So maybe it just, the Dark Fountain retrieved Ralsei and like brought him back. But even then, that's just a stretch and an assumption. There's no evidence for that. There's no evidence for a lot of things that I said the past few minutes, I think.
Them at the start of Chapter 2. And yet, Kris does not have to fetch Ralsei. Ralsei just shows up back in Castletown. In fact, after you seal the fountain in the cyberworld, Ralsei once again just teleports to his Castletown. We don't carry him in our inventory, and we don't see him in the light world. So how on earth did Ralsei get back? I'm beginning to think Ralsei really can teleport. Well, regardless of exactly
I mean, Sans is able to teleport.
how Ralsei is
Sans is a skeleton. There's no relation between teleportation and a skeleton, so who knows, maybe Ralsei can teleport.
getting about, it's clearly something that no other Darkner can do, which works as evidence of him potentially being a Lightner. And lastly, Ralsei knowing so much about the light world could definitely be interpreted as he knows about the concept of homework, he knows enough about technology to make a sleep mode joke, he calls Spampton a corrupted program, he knows something about the Angel, he knows what guns are, and of course he
Wow, I forgot that they actually referenced that joke. First, Chapter 1 was about Ralsei having a gun. Now in Chapter 2, it's all about Ralsei having, like, smoking cigarettes. That's the jokes. What's next for Chapter 3? Or Chapter 3 and 4. What joke are we gonna... What are we gonna do to Ralsei in Chapter 3? What's the fandom gonna do to Ralsei in Chapter 3 and 4? But I don't know. Darkners are just more knowledgeable than they appear, really.
he knows Susie and Kris's names without them ever telling him.
I wasn't expecting this.
That's a lot of knowledge for a Darkner who has never left his Castletown before. Ralsei, being a Lightner, would provide an explanation for a lot of.
Or he was just told this knowledge because of the legend, or like, there's books in the castle. There's a lot of other ways to obtain knowledge.
This knowledge. However, that's where the evidence starts to turn against the Ralsei is a Lightner theory. For one, Ralsei is literally referred to as a world, as Lightners on site, yet nobody ever addresses Ralsei as a Lightner.
Yeah.
The Queen pretty much ignores Ralsei and clearly does not consider him a candidate for becoming the new knight. And the Spade King rather blatantly refers to Ralsei as the Lightner's patsy, which would be a rather strange thing to say if Ralsei was also a Lightner. Furthermore, if Ralsei showed up at the end of Chapter 2, the fact that he doesn't either shows that he is not a Lightner, or it shows that he has powers like teleportation that no other Lightner possesses. Throw in the fact that Ralsei knows way more about the Dark World than the Lightners do, and the fact that Ralsei makes it extremely clear that he's been living in the castle town for a long time, and the fact that everything is a first for him, and all that just sort of combines to show that he probably isn't a Lightner. It just doesn't seem to add up given what we know. And if he really
Ralsei is Ralsei, Ralsei is not Asriel, Ralsei is not a Lightner, Ralsei is just Ralsei.
Was a Lightner from the real world, then we would have to explain why there's this random monster in the world that just so happens to look nearly identical to Asriel and happens to have a name that is an anagram of Asriel. Ralsei may be more than just a Darkner, but it just doesn't make sense logistically for him to be a Lightner.
He's more than your typical Darkner, but he is not a Lightner, he is not Asriel, just a special Darkner.
Not without some crazy plot twist. Be Asriel, a Darkner, or something unique. Ralsei be
The fifth option, something unique, because Ralsei is a Darkner, but like a special Darkner, so kind of a mix between 4 and 5.
Being a human is so absurd that it can be ignored. Ralsei being Asriel has so many problems that it can also probably be ignored. That leaves us with Ralsei either being a monster, a Darkner, or something entirely unique. The main focus of the discourse in the community has been over whether Ralsei is a monster or a Darkner, and as we've just seen, neither option really works perfectly. There are a lot of things Ralsei can do that neither a monster nor a Darkner can. He implies he's a Darkner, and he's described as a Dark World being, but that doesn't explain all his peculiarities. As such, I think it's
Darkner.
It's safe to say that the correct answer to what is Ralsei is that he's something unique. That conclusion, that Ralsei is a special entity, is not a new one. Many people have theorized that since he's the guardian of the Grand Fountain, perhaps that grants him some sort of unique powers. After all, if Ralsei's fountain can bring any Darkner to life, then wouldn't it make sense for Ralsei, the guardian of this fountain, to be capable of living in any dark world? It has some narrative logic to it. His fountain can help a Darkner no matter what dark world they're from, and Ralsei can go to any dark world to recruit those Darkners. Ralsei is the one who introduces the recruiting mechanic, so it stands to reason that he may have been created with the specific purpose of recruiting other Darkners to his castle town. And if that was the case, Ralsei being granted the ability to survive in any dark world would make sense. However, the idea that Ralsei gets all his unique attributes as a result of being the guardian of the Grand Fountain has
also because Ralsei is filled with the dreams of Kris because of the red horns and stuff.
Issues. Namely, it doesn't answer all the questions. it doesn't explain Ralsei's connection to Asriel. It doesn't.
Ralsei is connected to Asriel because of the red horns, which are connected to Kris and what Kris wants to be. And Kris is
explain why Ralsei behaves so differently from other Darkners. Ralsei said that Darkners reflect the will of their fountain, but what will could the Grand Fountain have that would justify creating an entity like Ralsei? Furthermore, who created the Grand Fountain? Has it always existed? If not, then who created it?
My name's Alicia. My family's health is so important to me. That's why we choose a nurse practitioner. My husband, Paul.
Was it made by...
Maybe the Grand Fountain was just always there, like a natural occurrence in the world. The Grand Fountain was made by Kris. The Grand Fountain was made by the Knight. I'm just leaning towards it being a natural occurrence in the world. Like, why is there a magical forest in The Legend of Zelda that, like, that makes people go lost and turn it into skeleton people or skull child? I don't know. It's just a natural occurrence of the world, and that's gonna be the same thing for the Grand Fountain. It's just a natural dark fountain that occurs in the world.
By the Knight? If so, why would the Knight want Ralsei to exist? And if the Knight didn't create Ralsei, then who did?
The other dark fountains
did, and why?
To keep the balance.
Needless to say, there's a ton of unanswered questions here, and none of them have any clear explanations. Which brings us to the final theory I will be discussing in this video. This is the theory that I personally came up with. This theory that I have makes a lot of sense given what we know about Undertale and Deltarune, and I feel like it works on many levels. I think my theory potentially explains what Ralsei is, why he looks and acts like Asriel, why Ralsei seems to possess the powers of both a Darkener and a Lightener, and also why he seems to be so interested in Kris specifically. First off, let's have a closer look at what a Darkener actually is. A Darkener is a sentient life form that is created when an object is exposed to the power of a dark fountain. Dark fountains are created through determination. The fact that dark fountains bring mundane objects to life makes perfect sense given what we know about determination. In Undertale, it specifically states that imbuing something with determination will literally grant it the will to live. So, the power of
and that is just the power of hopes.
A dark fountain basically just showers everything nearby with the power of determination, and
dreams.
As a result, everything in its radius is temporarily brought to life so long as they continue to be showered with the dark fountain's power. In short, Darkeners are mundane, inanimate objects that are brought to life through the power of determination.
Yes, Flowey. I know it sounds a lot like Flowey, but Flowey was given the will to live. Fountains aren't giving everything the will to live. It's not giving Kris's pencil the will to live. It's giving it Kris's dreams and power and stuff. The dark fountains are the dreams, not the will to live.
But wait, doesn't that all sound eerily intelligence by being exposed to determinable powers after being brought to life? A mundane object that was granted the personality and memories of Asriel Dreamer? Have you figured it out yet? We're talking about Flowey. The similarities.
But the thing is, Jaru really focuses on Deltarune being a parallel to Undertale. Which, yes, Deltarune is the parallel story to Undertale, but that means it's like going concurrently with Undertale and stuff. And it shares a lot of similar aspects, but its story just being like an altered version of Undertale's story doesn't make sense. Well, I guess it does kind of make sense, but a theory like this makes it too similar. It's too repetitive. It's not, I can't find the right words for it, but it's not innovative enough or something. It's just it's like a slightly different version of what happened in Undertale.
Between...
If they wanted to do something different, then they could have, like, done a similar concept to it, but used, like, a different character, or take it in... And I guess they are kind of taking it in a different direction, because Flowey was soulless, and very just murder-happy, and unhappy, and miserable. But in Deltarune, as Ralsei is the opposite of that, and more in line with normal Asriel. But it's just too same. I don't think Toby would do something similar to that. A lot of the things you say, Jaru, is like, I think that Toby's like writing style is far above this caliber or whatever, and he wouldn't do that. I could say the same thing about this. Toby wouldn't want to repeat himself. But even then, I don't know what's going on in Toby's head, and I don't know what he would or wouldn't do with Deltarune, and what he would or would not repeat. So I can't predict that.
Flowey and Ralsei are numerous. They both teach you about the nature of your soul. They are neither human nor monster. They are the first members of their species that you speak to. They are both introduced only to get interrupted by an interloper using fire. They are both alternate versions of Asriel Dreamer.
They're very similar, and it's meant to look like that, but it's not the actual case, because, again, think back to my thumbnail. Notice it was about, on the left side, it's Des equals Ness. If Des equals Ness, then Eggman equals Mario, because Jaru's interpretation of Des equaling Ness is, like, on a symbolic level. And yeah, that's the same thing here, but that doesn't mean they're literally the same, because Eggman represents Mario to Sega. In Sega's mind, Eggman is Mario, because they're both red, they both have mustaches, they both fight animals, and they both use science in some cases, because in technology, because in Mario Sunshine and stuff, but that was before Eggman's creation and stuff. But the parallels is that Eggman is supposed to be Mario, just like how Jaru is saying that Des is Ness, and that Ralsei is Flowey, or that Flowey is Ralsei. They're just meant to be comparisons. They aren't literally the same, and Jaru knows that, but it really is a problem that I take issue with.
They are both clearly hiding something from the player. They are both
They're just meant to act as parallels. And they're not meant to be the same, and there's going to be a lot about them. Like, on the surface level, you can compare them, but deeper, on a more deeper level, they're going to be very different.
of their respective kingdoms, they both know about the saving and loading feature, and
Flowey isn't the prince of any kingdom. Azrael is the prince. And I guess you could say that Flowey is the prince by extension because Flowey is Azrael. That it does kind of draw a slight line between that comparison between Flowey and Ralsei, because Ralsei is the Prince of the Dark. Meanwhile, Flowey is only the prince because Flowey is Azrael.
And they both ultimately befriend the human protagonist while embracing a pacifist philosophy.
Only in the end of the pacifist route for Flowey, and even then, if you reset, Flowey's still gonna kill people. But on neutral, Flowey is still quite mad and miserable. Meanwhile, Ralsei is pacifistic at the start, and at the end of chapter 1, he does acknowledge that not all fights can be won through, and not all conflicts can be, resolved peacefully, and that is kind of a problem I take issue with. Well, not a problem with any theory that I take issue with, but kind of a problem with Deltarune, and it's not even really a problem, but it's just something that I think could be improved on. Because in chapter 2, when Queen puts up her shield, I think it would be a fun idea for Ralsei to suggest actually attacking the shield instead of acting, because attacking the shield is the faster way to destroy it, but that's just something that I would like to see in Deltarune, not something that involves this theory.
The similarities between Flowey and Ralsei are overwhelming. This leads us to a very important question.
But they are not the same.
Why? Why are they so similar?
Because they're both... well, they're not both Azrael, but... It's just that Kris's view of themselves and Azrael, that's what makes Ralsei.
Well, to understand the answer, you must first...
Ralsei is a reflection of Deltarune's Azrael, just like how Flowey is the reflection of Undertale's Azrael, but in a more twisted and esque way, being the inverse of that. Ralsei is more of a straightforward parallel to Deltarune's Azrael.
Ask the correct question. The correct question. The question that needs to be asked in order to understand any of this. The question that I believe could solve everything. What is imbued, coated in the dust of a dead, in other words, the essence of a monster. In other words, what would happen if an object coated in the dust of a dead monster?
It's just that Ralsei contains the dreams of Kris. And Kris's dream is to be like Azrael, which is what Ralsei is.
Monster was granted the will to live. There used to only be one answer to that question. But now, I believe,
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life.
There's two. Ralsei isn't just a darkener. Ralsei isn't just a lightener. He is both. He is the essence of a lightener given the power of a darkener. He is the product of a mundane object combined with the essence of a dead monster being brought to life through the power of determination. Ralsei is literally the Deltarune version of Flowey.
He mirrors Flowey, but Ralsei is not Asriel's piles of dust, and Kris possessed by Asriel. Asriel is still alive in Deltarune's world. I can't wait for there to be more information about Asriel in chapters 3 and 4 that just absolutely deconfirms this. Oh, I just hope for that.
Why they have so much in common. They were both mundane objects, coated in monster dust, imbued with the power of determination, and granted the personality of Asriel.
Flowey does not have the personality of Asriel, only the memories. Meanwhile, presumably has the personality of Asriel of Deltarune, but even then, it's more like Ralsei has the personality of Undertale's Asriel, because we see and know about Undertale's Asriel, we don't know about modern-day Deltarune Asriel, who's at college. So his personality could be completely different.
That is why Ralsei is labeled as a dark world being and not just a darkener. It's true that Ralsei is from the dark world, but to call him a darkener wouldn't be accurate. He is more than any darkener, just like how Flowey is more than any flower. Of course, you may be wondering, why does Ralsei have emotions when Flowey didn't? Why do any darkeners have emotions if the process that created them is so similar to the process that created them?
They're not filled with hopes and the desire to live and persist. They're fueled by the power of dreams, and dreams are filled with intense emotions.
Flowey, don't you need a soul to feel emotions? Well, to put it simply, no, you don't need a soul to feel emotions. Despite popular belief, Flowey did have emotions. He struggled to feel love and compassion, but he demonstrated a variety of other emotions during his time. He laughed at things he found funny. He enjoyed the company of Papyrus and found him amusing. He felt fear at the notion of dying, and he felt enough compassion to help out his mother when she was blackout drunk, as we see in the alarm clock app. Flowey always had emotions. He just struggled to feel love. Why did he struggle to feel love?
Yeah, this is true. Flowey did feel emotions in Undertale.
Because of how he was created.
And it is assumed, and it does make sense for it to be for Flowey to not be able to feel love because of the determination experiments, but it's still not really confirmed or anything, but there's nothing saying that you can't use a theory for another theory, but using theories for theories for theories for theories really makes things a lot more shaky, which is what Jaru does. It makes his theories very flimsy in some areas.
Flowey was created when a nightmarish machine...
But overall, this is something that I can accept and believe.
Forcibly...
That Flowey was miserable because the human souls were miserable during the determination experiments.
extracted the determination of murdered human children and injected it into a flower. He was created under hellish circumstances, so obviously he would struggle to feel empathy. It is well known that traumatic experiences occurring at a young age can cause sociopathic tendencies. And guess what? Not only did Flowey have the memories of Asriel,
we don't even know if Ralsei has the memories of Asriel or something like that. That just kind of makes him the opposite of Flowey, because Flowey has the memories of Asriel, but not the personality. Meanwhile, Ralsei has the personality of Undertale Asriel, and maybe Deltarune Asriel, but we don't know. But not the memories.
Murdered and traumatized child, he also had the determination extracted from several other murdered and traumatized children. And that's not even discussing the trauma that likely resulted from having the memories of Asriel while being stuck in the body of a flower. Flowey is a cocktail of pain, trauma, and misery harnessed from the corpses of dead children. No freaking wonder he struggled to feel love and empathy. Anybody would become a sociopath after experiencing something like that. By contrast, the process that creates darkness.
Darkners are created from dreams. The dreams of the Dark Fountain and the will of the Dark Fountain, which is the lightner that made it, and thus their dreams
imbues them not only with life, but with a full personality, complete with love, hopes, and dreams. While dark fountains are strange and mysterious, it seems certain that they are not created using the essence of murdered children. And as a result, darkners are not sociopaths. That's why Ralsei is a sweetheart, while Flowey was a nightmare. The process that created them was drastically different. Now, I could end the video right there, but you know full well there's still more to discuss. There's an issue with this theory of mine, an issue that you've likely already noticed. Ralsei isn't just any dead monster. He was created using a very specific monster's dust. Just like Flowey, he was created using the remains.
Ralsei was made with the dreams of Kris. At least, that's what I think. The dreams of Kris, and because of Kris's... The dreams of Kris and who they want to be and how they want to be like Asriel was imbued into the Dark Grand Fountain and the horns, and that's how Ralsei came to be. That's the theory.
Of Asriel Dreamer. The issue I can hear you saying is that Asriel is not dead. He's away at college. Everyone says so. This, my dear viewer.
Oh, there's some flaws with this logic, because why of all people, why would Kris be the only one that would have access to Asriel? Why not Toriel? Why not Asgore? Maybe even some of Asriel's friends. Why only Kris?
Is where I blow your mind for a second time. Have you...
And I guess Jaru uses that as an excuse for this for his theory that Asriel is dead. The piles of But there's a very good explanation for why this can't be the case. if Asriel, how would Kris be able to tell everyone that Asriel went to college? Because, if Asriel just left on such, why would people think that Asriel left on such short notice?
Ever wondered how people
Okay, no, never mind.
keep up to date regarding Asriel? How they know
I'll try to counter it once we get there.
that he's away at college? How they know he's coming home soon? It's simple. They ask Kris.
Why would Kris say that Asriel would be coming home soon if Asriel is dead? And Kris is trying to hide that fact. Sure, Kris Googles college summer vacation when, but Kris doesn't have to tell everyone the correct answer. Kris could just lie to them and say that, Asriel actually has to stay at college for so-and-so reason and can't make his way back. That would abide Kris some more time or something. Why would Kris say that Asriel is coming back in 7 days when Kris killed Asriel and is lying to everyone that Asriel's at college? Kris would continue to lie that Asriel would be at college instead of saying that Asriel would be coming back in 7 days.
Kris is specifically well known for talking to Asriel on a regular basis. But wait, how does Kris talk to Asriel? Do they use their
I'm pretty sure, what would Kris do if, Toriel were to say, hey, can I talk to Asriel as well? What would Kris do? It's not an impossible situation, but that Kris could, lie their way out of, but it is definitely a situation.
phone? Well, no. Asriel is not a contact Kris has in their phone menu. Furthermore, if it was possible to use a phone to contact Asriel, then Burger Pants, someone who clearly has a phone, would not need to ask Kris to tell Asriel about his new girlfriend. No, instead, Kris communicates with Asriel by using their computer. That's why Alphys says that the internet being down is preventing Kris from talking to their brother.
Sure, the internet's down for now, but when it gets back up, couldn't someone else use the internet to talk to Asriel? Kris isn't the only one with a computer that's connected to the internet.
Kris keeps in touch with Asriel by using the internet.
I'm pretty sure Toriel could just use the same computer that Kris uses to communicate with Asriel. And what would Toriel do when she goes, well, I'm just gonna go and write an email to Asriel right now while Kris is sleeping or something, and finds out that he's not responding or that he's dead. Of course, that's a what-if scenario for this theory, and not something guaranteed to happen, but it's still a problem.
Of course, this raises the question, why doesn't Asriel have a phone? We know Toriel happily gives her kids phones so that way she can check up on them. She even did this in Undertale, so it seems certain that she would have given her firstborn child a phone as well. So, why can't anybody use their phone to contact Asriel? The answer, or at least the answer that Kris has told everyone else, is that Asriel's phone is broken. As a result...
All right.
Oh! Looks like T-Pain is too much for y'all.
Did I hear munch?
Sounds like someone's craving his new...
Nobody can call Asriel to check up on him, and thus...
And what if someone tries to call Azrael anyways. Well, yeah, it wouldn't respond.
Everybody has to rely on Kris for status updates. Kris is the only member of the Dreamer household that we know is the owner of a computer. Toriel uses one at work, but we have no evidence that she knows how to use email. Older people often have a hard time using modern technology, especially if that older person is a boss monster who has lived for thousands of years.
We don't even know if boss monsters are a thing in Deltarune, or how old Toriel is in Deltarune, or that she's lived or hundreds of years. What we do know is that Toriel could likely just use Kris's computer.
As such, the only person that is capable of contacting Azrael via the internet is Kris.
I mean, there's probably other people that could email Azrael. Kris wouldn't be the only one with a computer, because in the Spamton sweepstakes, Noelle has a blog, Birdly talks about it. I think there should be easy access to this kind of stuff. Jockington responds to Noelle's blog, Kris responds to Noelle's blog. I think Kris responds to Noelle's blog. Probably not, though. We know that Birdly responds to Noelle's blog. So yeah, maybe all this stuff is just happening in the computer lab, in the library, but even then, you could just use the computer lab. Anyone could use the computer lab to email Azrael.
Or at least, that's what Kris wants everyone.
At least before the internet went down.
To think. The truth is that Kris was never in contact with their brother. Kris has not been staying up late talking to Azrael every night. That was a lie they told to cover up the truth. The truth is that Azrael never left to go to college. The truth is that Azrael will never go anywhere ever again. The truth is that Azrael, just like in Undertale, is dead. Here is how the story played out. Several months ago, right before Azrael...
And this is why people say that Jaru's theories are fan fiction. I really don't want to be rude, but this is laid out just like a story that, or like a prequel, like AU or something. Like, they even have like these flashback images and stuff. There's a lot of things that makes this feel like a fan fiction AU.
Was about to head off to college. Kris, late at night, went up to the school. Why did they go up there? Well, Kris had seen this really cool video where a man created a super sharp knife out of Jell-O, and that gave Kris a great idea for a prank. They would dress up like a monster using their favorite plastic devil horns and a green robe and would hide in the closet at the school. Kris would then jump out and startle someone with their knife, much like how they jump-scared Noelle in the past. Azrael noticed his younger sibling sneaking off, and since he was a responsible older brother who did his best to make up for Kris's bad behavior, he followed Kris to make sure they didn't cause any trouble. And so, sneaking into the building, Azrael discovers Kris inside of the closet at the north end of the school. Azrael barges in, intending to interrupt whatever prank Kris was performing, only for something terrible to happen. Kris, startled by the sudden appearance of their brother, trips and falls, and in doing so, accidentally stabs their beloved older sibling. Asriel, grievously wounded by Kris's knife, dies in Kris's...
Yeah, I could see something like this story playing out, but what happens after?
His arms, with his dust scattering across the costume Kris was wearing. Kris, horrified at what they had done, abandons their dust-covered costume in that closet and runs back home, desperately trying to think of a way to undo their mistake. The next morning, Kris, trying to buy for time, lies and says that Asriel left for college and that Asriel's phone was broken.
Okay, and why wouldn't Toriel question Kris on why Asriel just left so suddenly without, like, anything at all? And if that's the case, then, like, Toriel could just say, like, I'm gonna, fine, I'll use the computer right here to talk to Asriel and ask why he left all so suddenly.
As a result, if the family wants status updates about Asriel, they'll have to get them from Kris. Kris is panicking and is desperately searching.
Why would Toriel, like, this would put Kris, like, in a position of power, like, over Toriel and, like, some, and I don't think that would happen, like, why would Toriel have to, like, take status updates from Kris? Why couldn't she just do it herself?
For a solution to their dilemma. They needed to resurrect their brother from the dead. How could that even be possible? Under normal circumstances, it wasn't. But that's when the thought hit them. If normal methods could not bring Asriel back, then maybe magic could. Maybe magic could bring their brother back to life. And so,
this could just be because of Caddy, but fine.
In the following weeks, Kris stays up late every night searching the internet for information on magic. People notice that Kris is staying up super late, as Kris frequently falls asleep during class at school. But they cover this up by claiming they're staying up late talking to Asriel. Kris even consults Caddy, as she claimed to have learned spells from studying the occult.
Okay, yeah.
However, none of this works. Despite their best efforts, it seems like Kris's brother is well and truly gone. So imagine Kris's shock when one day, upon going to that dreadful closet, Kris stumbles into a whole other
Oh no.
world.
I hate those 4 words.
And in that world, they discover a person that looks shockingly similar to their dead brother. How could this be? Kris is completely unnerved by this entity, and so, even though Ralsei is extremely friendly, Kris remains deeply suspicious of them. And
also, why wouldn't Ralsei mention anything about Kris murdering their, like, former life or whatever as Asriel?
As a result, Kris receives less healing from Ralsei.
This is in chapter 2, and Kris and Jaru's talking Kris's emotions towards Ralsei during chapter 1.
Than they do from their other friends. But more importantly, the more Kris learns about this dark world where magic runs rampant and inanimate objects are brought to life, they start to get hopeful.
Summer savings are here at Going Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Find a store near you and save big at Going Going Gone.
Stems Flying Insect Fan Trap attracts and traps bugs 24/7.
They smile for the first time in a long...
See, now this is after chapter 1, and Jaru's saying that Kris is actually happy and excited about seeing Ralsei, but when Kris drinks the tea in... Jaru still says that Kris is doubtful and suspicious of Ralsei. When at that moment, wouldn't Kris be excited and optimistic towards bringing Asriel back through Ralsei?
Long time and celebrate this discovery by eating an entire pie. For they have begun to realize that maybe, just maybe, there might be a way to revive Asriel after all. As a result, Kris is more than happy to go back to the castle town, and later to the cyber world, for this magical dark world holds their best shot at saving their brother. And once they learn that it's possible to create more dark fountains, Kris knows precisely what to do. They create their own dark fountain right inside their house. Something that you guys brought up in the comments, and which was a major point in a video by Andrew Cunningham, is that it doesn't make sense for...
Yeah, we watched that one last time.
Kris to make this dark fountain if you partake in the Snowgrave route. After all, if Kris saw such horrible things happen to Noelle and Birdley, wouldn't they avoid creating a dark fountain? Wouldn't they want to avoid risking the lives of more people? It seems irrational for Kris to do this. However, once you take into account the death of Asriel, this scene starts to make a lot more sense. Kris, as horrified as the...
Why leave the door open then? Why bring the police into this situation? Yeah, murdered my brother. Right in front of the police you're inviting. I don't think that's a smart idea, Kris.
They may have been by what happened to Noelle and Birdley would still insist on creating a dark fountain, as this is the only chance they have to revive Asriel from the dead. Furthermore, Kris is running out of time, because someone, probably Toriel, asked Kris when Asriel was coming home for summer vacation. Kris
could have lied for it. Kris could have lied about it.
Idea, so they looked it up on the internet and told their family when Asriel should be back.
Or could have just said, oh, Asriel, he's busy doing other college things. He, I don't know, Asriel got arrested because he was drunk driving during college, so he won't be able to make his way back home. That's something Kris could have said. Not likely. Toriel obviously wouldn't approve of that, but it's something that could buy time. Say that Asriel's in prison.
But because
Kris had no need or reason to tell the truth to Toriel.
Kris told them this, their family and the rest of the town is expecting Asriel to come home in a couple days. So Kris only has until then to bring their brother back to life. As such, even if they were terrified by the Snowgrave route, they really don't have any other option except to create more dark fountains if they want to undo their mistake and save their brother. To be clear, I know that I am filling in a lot of gaps in order to justify my theory, and that my evidence is limited. But you cannot deny that my theory answers so many questions. My theory tells us why.
And there's also a lot of holes. Like Kris telling the truth about when Asriel would come home, and a lot of other that I mentioned earlier. What did I mention earlier? I don't remember.
Why Ralsei looks and acts like Asriel.
Because that's Kris's dreams of being like Asriel.
Why Kris has been studying magic.
Probably because of Caddy, instead of the other way around.
Why Kris sleeps through class. Why Kris
sleeps through class? Maybe because they're busy ripping out their soul in the middle of the night?
Stays up late on the internet. Why Kris looked up when the college summer vacation is. Why
Kris could have just lied about that. Kris probably looked up when college summer vacation happened because Kris was desperately wanting home because Asriel was actually alive and actually at college. And Kris really wanted to know when Asriel would come home, and what really wanted him to come home. Back to hometown and the Dreamer household.
Kris looked up kitchen knife jello. Why?
I don't really have an explanation for that besides Kris being weird.
Asriel is completely absent from the story. Why Burger Pants needs to ask Kris to communicate with Asriel on his behalf. Why Ralsei has so many similarities to Flowey. Why Asriel Burger Pants needs to ask
maybe like Burger Pants or Pizza Pants and Pants could have just gone to the computer lab and used those computers to email Asriel.
Kris to communicate with Asriel on his...
There's no real reason for this. I guess Pizza Pants just wants Kris to be the one to send a message or something.
His behalf. Why Ralsei has so many similarities to
because they're both kind of reflections of Asriel, only Ralsei is the Kris's wishes to be and dreams to be like Asriel, while Flowey is Asriel's memories brought back into a soulless, not emotionless, but just bitter and hateful and miserable flower. But yeah, I guess you could describe that as emotionless.
Flowey. Why Asriel isn't in our phone contacts. Why Ralsei has Kris's plastic devil horns. Why...
Because Kris just left those devil horns in the supply closet?
Toby Fox bothered telling us about Kris playing pranks with bath bombs and jump scares. Why Ralsei has...
Because just Kris likes messing with people.
Such mysterious powers, and why Kris would create a dark fountain after...
Why would Kris leave the door open for the police to learn that, oh no, Asriel's been turned into a Darkener because Kris murdered him. Why would Kris let the cops know about, let the cops know into their house and learn about that horrible incident?
The events of the Snowgrave route.
Or just Ralsei's existence.
My theory could totally be wrong, but please, tell me.
It's a good theory, and I want to say this, there's no bad Deltarune theories. The more Deltarune theories there are, the more likely we being correct, because it just increases the probability. Higher numbers, better odds. But there are holes in this theory, and I do not think it's likely.
Me about a single...
I still like this theory. It's very interesting, and again, I love my Deltarune AUs and Undertale AUs, so this thing presented as a story, I appreciate that, and I appreciate, like, this backstory, but as a theory that tries to predict it, it's very unlikely. It's a very unlikely theory.
Other theory that can answer so many questions and connect so many pieces of evidence all in one go. But wait, there's more. At the start of this video, I promised to give you 3 insane revelations, and I've only given you 2 thus far.
This is the possession
I've revealed
one.
the true nature of Ralsei and how he came to be, and then I revealed the tragic fate of Asriel, which is likely going to be the core source of drama in this game. But there's still one more insane revelation for me to blow your minds with. And this revelation might just be the most shocking of them all, as I am going to give you an answer to the greatest mystery in Deltarune. The mystery that has been confounding us ever since Chapter 1 was released. I am going to give an answer to a question that you have all been asking. And that question is this: who is possessing Kris?
The player! The answer is the player. Give me a minute. Yeah, alright. Right. Never mind. I can't find it specifically. Let's see, maybe. I'll look for it, give me a minute. I'll just, turn this off and look for it myself, and then show you later. It's gotta be somewhere here. Well, what I'm trying to show you is in the Goner Maker sequence, it asks for the vessel's name, and then it asks for the creator's name. The creator's name is not Asriel. It's the player's name. And who created the vessel? The Red Soul. That we control and is inside Kris. The Red Soul is us Well, the Red Souls is Kris, and we're possessing the Red Soul. That's the thing. It's not Asriel. Let me turn this back on.
If I had asked this question at any other time, almost everyone in the community would have given the exact same answer.
The player.
The player.
And it is the player because Goddermaker and Player Town.
The player is possessing Kris. Obviously. After all, we are the player, and we are controlling Kris. So surely the player is the one possessing Kris, right?
How can it be Asriel?
We just want to go have fun, goof off, play some...
No. This answer, that the player is the one possessed...
Again, I did my devil's advocate thing, saying that it could technically be Asriel as like an alter ego possessing... That as Asriel possessing Kris. Like when Asriel died and stuff. Kind of like Flowey. But still, it's the player's name. If anything, it would make it closer to Kara or Kara possessing Kris, because the link between the player's name and Kara is because we're supposed to input the player's name as Kara, and that's what we put in as the vessel's name and the vessel's creator. But it's still supposed to be the player, not Kara.
And Kris has never sat well with me. Why? Because the player easily controlled Frisk in Undertale. Frisk, the most powerful wielder of determination in this franchise, was completely helpless against the player's control.
They just accepted it. They wanted our help.
Not once did Frisk have the opportunity to defy our...
And even then, that's assuming things work the same. It could be different in Deltarune. Maybe we're not possessing Frisk in Undertale and are just actually controlling them.
Command.
Deltarune, there's no, in Undertale, there's no difference between the Red Soul and Frisk. There very much is a difference between the Red Soul and Kris.
So, tell me, dear viewers, how is Kris able to rebel against us? How is Kris able to do something that even the most powerful human...
Because Frisk... It's either there's no... Either Frisk chooses... goes with, or Frisk just doesn't have that ability. And there is no difference between the player and Frisk in most parts of the game. Frisk is a separate entity in some parts of the game, like in some parts of the genocide route and some parts of the pacifist route. But in most cases, there's no difference between the Red Soul that we control and Frisk.
In the franchise was incapable of doing. The answer? Kris has never rebelled against the player. Rebelling against the player is impossible. The reason Kris is able to
Kris is only able to do it in cutscenes, really. Kris cannot, where the player lacks control. Kris is like almost every other circumstance and is incapable of ripping out their soul in non-cutscene parts of the game. When the player has their control limited, that's when Kris is able to strike.
Bell is because we have never been controlling them in the first place. Kris is...
Again, my answer to this is whose name is in the vessel creation menu. Maybe I even have like a explaining.
Is not the protagonist of this story. Kris is not the character we are playing as. Toby Fox,
who's the creator,
has tricked us.
The Goner Maker.
This entire time, we have actually been playing not as Kris, but as the character hiding in Kris's soul. And who is controlling Kris from inside their own soul? You already know the answer, my dear viewers. Even if you had never watched this video, you would still know the answer because Undertale spoiled the answer a decade ago.
7 years is a decade, wow. Undertale's now a decade old.
Cannot absorb a human soul. A human cannot absorb.
That's because Kris isn't absorbing all her soul. We're just controlling Kris's soul. Again, it's like that. In GTA, you control the player controls whatever criminal you play as in GTA, and then if you go into a car, you don't suddenly play as the car. You could still play as the character that's driving the car.
You
play as the character in the criminal in GTA, which then gives you control of the car by extension.
Regular monster soul either, because regular monster souls disappear instantly upon the monster's death. The only kind of soul that a human can absorb is a boss monster soul, because boss monster souls can endure just long enough to be absorbed. And guess what? There are only 3 confirmed boss
monsters in Undertale, not in Deltarune.
Monsters in this franchise.
Return the new salted caramel butterfingers.
It can't be Toriel. She's still alive. It can't be Asgore. He's still alive. There's only one possible boss monster that Kris could have absorbed. One boss monster who has yet to make an appearance in Deltarune. Kris is being controlled and possessed by the soul of the brother that they killed.
I think they're being possessed by insert vessel creator name here.
The brother who they held in their arms as he died. The brother whose dust went on to create Ralsei. The main character of Deltarune, the one who Kris is rebelling against in these scenes, and the one who we, the player, are actually controlling is none other than Azrael. We should have seen this coming. The answer is so obvious now that I see it. Toby Fox, that sly dog, is telling the exact same story again.
I would just call that bad writing. Why tell the same story multiple times? Oh wait, that's Zelda.
In both games, Toriel and Asgore had a human child and a monster child. In both games, one of their children tragically died only to be absorbed by their sibling. The one difference is that in Undertale, the human died and was absorbed by Asriel, whereas in Deltarune, Asriel died and was absorbed by the human. And best of all, do you remember what happened after Asriel absorbed their sibling's soul in Undertale? Asriel's will proved to be stronger than his siblings. And so Asriel ended up taking full control of their shared body. And guess what?
Not full control. It was still more split than implied. Sure, Asriel resisted that one time. Said that control was split. That implies that there was a split in the control between sharing that body.
In Deltarune, the exact same thing has happened again. After fusing together, Asriel's will proved to be stronger than their siblings.
Then how is Kris able to remove their own soul? That takes an extreme amount of will, I would believe.
And thus, Asriel has taken full control of their shared body. Asriel is the one controlling Kris. It never made sense that Kris...
And if that's the case, then why wouldn't Asriel just go... Then, why is Asriel fighting Kris for control? Because of revenge for being stabbed by that jello knife and being killed by Kris? That Asriel wants to fully control Kris's body as revenge? I don't think so. So why is Asriel dominant? Wouldn't Asriel just be like, oh, well, that's a shame. I'll try to give you some control back. Why is Kris struggling to get that control? And if Asriel is in control and died because of Kris and wants to get revenge on Kris because of that, why wouldn't Asriel, as possessing Kris, go out and say yo, Toriel, this is actually Asriel's ghost possessing Kris because Kris killed me. Why wouldn't that be a dialogue option?
Was rebelling against the player, because there is zero evidence that rebelling against the player is even possible. But do you know what...
There is evidence, and that's in Undertale's genocide route and a bunch of other things. Soulless pacifist route, that's Kara. In genocide, it could be believed that it's Kara, but it could also just be Frisk themselves that approach Monster MK and approach Sans when he's giving his speech.
There is evidence for rebelling against the person who has absorbed your soul. Asriel did it to Kara, the human souls did it to Flowey, and now Kris is doing it to Asriel.
Okay. If Kris is doing that to I thought Kris was the one who wasn't in control of the situation.
Theory not only explains what Ralsei is, it not only explains what's going on with Azrael, but it also explains who is possessing Kris.
The creator of the vessel, which may or may not be the player, but given the creator of the vessel has the player's name, it's gotta be the player, or their equivalent that represents the player.
It makes too much sense. Heck, even the fact that Kris is able to remove their soul at all could be explained by this theory. We know that a monster who absorbs a human soul gains unfathomable power, but we never got to find out what kind of powers a human would gain if they absorbed a boss monster's soul. But now we do. It seems almost certain that the reason Kris is able to remove their soul without dying is because they are no longer just a human.
If the power is given them to, if that power is given them to them by the soul, then why would they even be able to exist by ripping it? Wouldn't they be removing that power? And just throwing it in this cage?
They are more than a human. They have the combined power of a boss monster and a human,
and then they rip out that power, so wouldn't that just have them fall to the floor? Dead?
Grants them the ability to survive just for a little while without their soul. Also,
the power given to me by my soul lets me survive without my soul. That makes sense.
So, no wonder Kris is weirded out by Ralsei. They know Ralsei is not Azrael because Azrael is literally controlling them from inside their own soul.
And why is Kris so conflicted about this? Kris, couldn't they... This conflict between siblings doesn't really make sense.
Oh my god! Think of the ramifications of this. If this theory is true, then that means there are two versions of Azrael at play in this story. There's the soul of Azrael, who is currently controlling the body of their sibling, and then there's the body of Azrael, which has been reanimated through the power of the Grand Fountain. Wait, oh my god. Ralsei is a nobody from Kingdom Hearts. Ralsei is...
Oh, yeah. I was just recently watching Kingdom Hearts 200 or 300 right before this stream, and I was like, according to this theory, I could draw a lot of parallels between Ralsei and a nobody. I guess Jaru already did, but still, I'm not sure about this theory. I'm not following this theory. There are too many holes, with the biggest hole being the Goner Maker.
Is literally a soulless body that has been brought back to life. Oh my god. That's why Ralsei has the black heart-shaped hole in the front of his chest. It's because he used to have a soul before he was killed by Kris. Oh my god, Ralsei is literally a Kingdom Hearts character.
I think the way Jaru is reacting to this, why would he be so, how would I even describe it? He's not, giddy or something about this theory. He's just, He's being hysterical about his own theory. That's quite weird.
Wait, it gets even better. Andrew Cunningham was wondering why Kris would create a dark fountain after experiencing the Snowgrave route. But this theory perfectly explains that. From Kris's point of view, the Snowgrave route is Asriel going off the deep end and committing atrocities using Kris's body. That would terrify Kris and would make them scared not of dark worlds, but of their own brother. Snowgrave wouldn't have pushed Kris away from creating dark worlds. Snowgrave would have made Kris even more invested in creating dark worlds than in the normal route. Because now Kris's loved ones are in danger. After the Snowgrave route, Kris would know that Asriel is willing to use their body to commit atrocities.
And why would Asriel do that? Vengeful spirit? If that's the case, then why wouldn't Asriel just destroy Kris's life by telling the truth?
Kris would insist on creating dark worlds in order to find a way to get Asriel out of their soul before they kill more people. Oh my god, this is literally Kingdom Hearts!
Oh
no. Okay, calm down, everyone.
I'm okay with Kingdom Hearts, but wow. You really want Deltarune to become Kingdom Hearts, huh?
Still an issue with this theory. I can hear you all saying now, but Jaru, if your theory is right, then that means Asriel would be responsible for the Snowgrave route, and that doesn't make sense, because Asriel is a good boy.
Yes! Why would Asriel do the Snowgrave route?
Asriel would never commit atrocities, right? Also, Noelle said the person commanding her had a terrifying voice, and Asriel doesn't have a terrifying voice, right? Oh, wait.
That's Flowey!
Yeah, sorry, but we all know full well that Asriel is capable of things much worse than the Snowgrave route.
That was Flowey, which was soulless and emotionless and miserable and just and evil. And Flowey was like that because Flowey didn't have a soul to feel love with and stuff. If Asriel still has his soul possessing Kris, there's two souls in Kris technically now, Asriel's soul and Kris's soul, why would Asriel be a murderer? Why would sure, vengeful spirit, but that's not how it should work.
With enough trauma.
Yes, according to Jaru's theory that Flowey was was the way that it was because of the misery the other humans and the determination experiments instead of the lack of a soul. That wouldn't explain how Flowey is able to finally actually feel emotions during, well, even then in neutral, he does have souls and doesn't feel emotions. The only reason why Flowey feels emotions in Pacifist after absorbing the 6 human souls and every other monster soul is because of the emotions of the monsters' souls and how they feel towards you. Yeah, that does make sense, but still, again, I must always say, but still, why would Asriel become a vengeful spirit after being killed by Kris?
Transform your water and live hydrated.
Azrael can commit genocide, and I'd say being murdered and absorbed by their own sibling is pretty traumatic. Now, to be fair...
Trauma that they could technically get over. Because they have a soul.
The trauma...
And even then, Kris could try to reason with them. And if they couldn't, would Azrael just not tell the truth to everyone in hometown that Kris is what Kris killed him?
That Deltarune Azrael has gone through is much less than the amount of trauma that Flowey went through. However, you have to understand that this is on a sliding scale. On the one end of this scale is the regular, uncorrupted Azrael. This version of the character has experienced no trauma and is thus pure and kind and would never hurt a fly. On the opposite end of this spectrum is Flowey, who has experienced all of the trauma and is thus capable of atrocities on a global scale. The Deltarune Azrael exists somewhere between these two.
That still doesn't explain why Azrael wouldn't just go tutorial and say, Kris murdered me, I am actually Azrael, and my soul is possessing their body. Do something about it. Punish Kris or something. Ground Kris. Make Kris sit in timeout. Or something.
Two extremes, as he is traumatized, but not to the extent of Flowey, which means that his corruption is not guaranteed. That's why Snowgrave is an optional route as opposed to a guaranteed route. Azrael's humanity, so to speak, has not yet been lost, so there's still hope for him to recover from this trauma. Or maybe he'll be consumed by his trauma and go full sociopath. Both options are still on the table. Now, I can hear some of you saying, but Jaru, even if getting murdered by Kris was traumatic, that's not enough to justify Azrael doing the Snowgrave route. He's still too good of a boy to do something like that. And to be honest, you might be right. However, there is one factor, my dear viewer, that you are not taking into consideration. The player. The player is not controlling Kris, but we are controlling Azrael, which means his fate is in our hands. Frisk was, in all likelihood, a really good kid who didn't want to hurt anyone, but that didn't matter. Frisk was...
So this is just an overly complicated way of saying things. We're not controlling Kris. We're controlling Azrael, which is controlling the Red Soul, which is controlling Kris. It's a very complicated way of putting things.
Under our control, and thus was capable of committing horrible evil. The same is true for Azrael. Whether he is aware of it or not, he is under our control, and is thus quite capable of falling to the dark side if we force that upon him. I really do have to apologize for making this video. I know that this theory and this idea will upset a lot of you, because it's so horrible and tragic.
I am not upset. I like the story you presented and the idea of it, but it's just evidence the biggest evidence being the Goner Maker in just smaller things that wouldn't make sense. Because again, why would Kris tell the truth about when Asriel would about when college vacation ends and say that Asriel's actually coming back, when they could just lie and say that, Asriel can't come back for whatever reason? Why would Kris and Asriel be in, like, this war for control? Because wouldn't they have, like, sibling bond or whatever? Because if Kris is so horrified of what they did to Asriel, why are they so upset about about Asriel now possessing them? There's a bunch of other things. And, there's probably more in the comments.
Magic. But the reality is that Alphys's anime was a metaphor for Undertale and Deltarune. The first anime was cheerful and optimistic, just like Undertale, because that was the timeline where it was possible to give everyone a happy ending. But Deltarune is not that timeline.
Undertale is not always guaranteed to be, happy and stuff.
Deltarune is the darker sequel.
And even on the happiest and best route, that gets you the best ending, according to most people, that being the pacifist route, of, bad.
That isn't afraid to treat you like an adult. I hate to break it to you folks, but this is Toby Fox we're talking about. Did you really think he was going to let Asriel have a happy ending? Did you really
And why would Toby Fox literally do the same thing as his previous game story involving Asriel and the human? In this case, in Undertale, it was Asriel and Kara. In this case, in Deltarune, it would be Asriel and Kris. Why would Toby do the same thing, but just reverse it?
Think he'd let you have a happy, magical,
reverse it in which character dies. It's not even like that similar to Undertale, because monsters are on the surface. There's presumably no war of humans and monsters. So why would that be something worth keeping around? The only reason why in Undertale Kara and Asriel went through with the plan was because of the barrier. In Deltarune, it was just forced in. It would just be forced in.
Undertale AU, where everybody's safe and secure? Of course not. This is the timeline where Mettaton's dreams never became a reality. This is the timeline where Gerson never got to be a legendary hero. This is the timeline where Noelle's dad is dying, and there's nothing she can
Rudy was already dying in Undertale.
do.
It's just that it happened off screen.
This is
before the events of the game.
The timeline where Asgore is a disgraced former police chief struggling to pay rent. This is the timeline where Undyne and Alphys don't even know each other. This is the timeline where the Amalgamates never got closure with their families. This is the timeline where Grillby's went out of business. This is the timeline where you don't get to see Papyrus, because Papyrus would give you too much hope. There's a reason Sans says that we'd get to see Papyrus when we get to see our brother. We aren't ever seeing our brother, and we aren't ever seeing Papyrus. This is the time.
According to your theory, we've already seen him in 2 instances, in the soul being ripped out into that and thrown into that cage, and as Ralsei.
Timeline where your choices don't matter. This is the timeline where things are darker yet darker. This is the timeline where Asriel is secretly dead. I don't know the specifics of how this story is going to play out, but I can tell you one thing. Toby Fox will be breaking your heart into 1,000 tiny pieces before this story is over. And he'll do...
I believe in that, but I do not think that Asriel is possessing Kris. It has to be the player.
Using a remixed version of his same old tricks. Of course, that's just my interpretation. And for everyone's sake, including Asriel's, I sincerely hope that I'm wrong.
Okay, at least Jaru hopes that he's wrong.
Is a truly horrific story if my theory turns out to be true. And if my theory about the angel is also true, then that would make Deltarune far too dark for a lot of people. I think I'll enjoy it no matter how dark it gets, but I can understand why some of you will find my theory displeasing, to put it lightly.
I'm okay with it. It's interesting, and again, I'm loving these. I love these AUs. This sounds exactly like an AU that I'd be interested in. Which, again, I really don't want to. I know you don't want your theories to be fan fiction, but this really does sound like it. Because it does just go against a lot of, it just makes a lot of assumptions. Let me go and look at the comments. Okay, let's see. I'll look for some...
Again, I hope...
Alright, I'll turn this off. I'll look for some comments here. I think that, never mind. Yeah, forget it, I'll just show you my screen and continue scrolling. The thought of... I feel like this theory started out really well and sounded possible, and then it went off the rails and stopped making sense halfway through. The thought of Asriel's parents not questioning him going off the grid one night and not telling anyone beforehand is absurd. Very, very good. This makes sense. I expected you to propose that Asriel died without Kris knowing, and their parents told them that Asriel went to college as a way to stop them from finding the truth. Also, the whole thing with Asriel being the player has way too many holes. Your argument about Frisk not... your argument about Frisk not rebelling doesn't make sense because Frisk is designed to be a vessel for the player. Deltarune was quick to draw a line between Kris and the player. But Undertale never did. Debatably, it did actually when Frisk told Asriel their name in the True Pacifist route. Exactly, that's what I was referring to. Though I didn't exactly say it that way. I said it in a more confused and backwards way, but you said it perfectly. Good job. 5-piece superstructure. Also, I found the Birdly video. Frisk was portrayed as a complete blank slate, an entity that had no free will of its own, that exists only as a bridge into the world of Undertale. In Deltarune, we literally create a similar entity, the Vessel, at the beginning of Chapter 1, but then it gets discarded and we are thrust into the control of Kris. It tells us no one can control who they are in this world. In this world. Oh, that's a good one. In this world. Perfect. Comparing Kris to Frisk isn't exactly something you can do here. This theory works in a vacuum, but in context to some other aspects, it works. It quickly falls apart, but with some tweaking here and there, I think it can work as a solid explanation for a lot of the game's mysteries. If Azrael's death can create a Darkener with his likeness and personality, then can Ness do the same, assuming that she died? Food for thought. Let's read the replies to this one. But I'm sure the rules of Undertale are one-to-one with Deltarune, such as the boss monsters dusting upon death, which pokes me. Right, I'm not sure if he made the video about this, but I'm not sure the rules of Undertale are one-to-one with Deltarune. Things such as boss monsters and monsters dusting upon death may not even exist in Deltarune, which pokes many holes in this. Also, if Kris wants to create dark worlds to separate themselves from Azrael after seeing what happened in Snowgrave, then why create a dark fountain in the living room with their mom when their mom is right there? Because according to Jaru, the motive was to protect his friends and family. Couldn't Kris just do that away from the house where it is safer? Yeah, that also would make sense. Okay, I'll continue to read through these. I assume that this was in connection to the Lightners don't die when their HP reaches 0, so if Toriel gets hurt in the Dark World, she wouldn't be hurt in the Light World, but not only did he never say that directly, it is also been shown that it's not exactly strictly the case. Birdley has some effects in the Light World that were caused in the Dark World, whether that's his arm in the Violent playthrough, or him being unconscious / dead, or fallen down in the Weird route. Monsters are gullible idiots. Undyne believed that Undyne believed that anime was real. Papyrus doesn't even know that his friends are dead. Nope. Papyrus does know when his friends are dead in neutral. Asgore and Muffet didn't take a mass evacuation seriously. I'm not so sure about this. I like how for the second half of the video, he sounds like he's about to break down into tears and also starts laughing hysterically. Oh, let's see Jaru's response. I try. So, he just intended for that to happen. Okay. There's one thing that bugs me about this theory. Toriel attempts to call Kris when they're in the Dark World in Chapter 1, so right after she couldn't find them. This explains to me that she worried that Kris could have disappeared. Surely Toriel would care for both her kids. Would also want to check up on Azrael herself. It doesn't seem like her to not want to talk to Azrael. That's fair. Maybe Toriel is content to communicate with Azrael through Kris. Like maybe she's content with Kris relaying her messages, or maybe Kris gave her an email account, or maybe Kris gave her an email to contact Asriel with, and she has been emailing Kris instead, but it's actually a fake email that Kris made, and it's replying on the other end. Yeah. I mean, that could be what happened. That's weird. Okay. Okay, the scrolling's working now. The reason why Ralsei seems to teleport to his castle town could be because his true form, whatever he is as the Dark World being, if he is one, never left the closet. So because that item is still in the closet, his true form was there. So once you close the fountain, he just gets teleported back to his castle. Maybe his true form exists somewhere in the castle, maybe on the higher floors. Any sort of astral projecting visions. I mean, this would make sense. Because, sure, if you take something from the Grand Fountain Dark World and then move it to the Card King, would Lancer leaving the card, if there was an ace of cards, not an ace, a jack of cards in the unused classroom, and then it moved, and then a dark fountain is created there, and it connects to the other dark fountain, the Grand Fountain in the room adjacent to it, and Lancer then moves to the Grand Fountain. Would that jack of cards that Lancer is also move to the room of the Grand Fountain, thus causing that inanimate object to literally move in the light world? That's an idea. Let me look for a specific comment, if it's there. I'm gonna disable this again, and try and Control F my way to this specific comment. Alright, I guess there was no comment talking about the Goner Maker or the creator of the vessel, so I guess that's not something there. But that piece of information about the Goner Maker is very important in debunking this theory. So for now, let's move on to the next one. But
Gravity Falls.
Take a small break. Alright, I'm back. Cleaned out, swapped out my earbuds. Got a bunch of other things done. Have some snacks as well. They're a bit out of reach though. But I'm ready for the other video that's part of the thumbnail. And that is Ness is Ness. I do wonder if I move my mouse around here, will it also move around on there? Okay, so there's two mouses, huh? One on the video and one on the stream. So if I move my mouse here... Yeah, very interesting. Alright. Back.
Hello.
So I can do some more debunking. But to be fair, there's not really a problem with this theory. That there really isn't. It's just... don't agree with.
My name...
I feel is somewhat clickbaity. And I do not like clickbait. I view all forms of clickbait as false advertisement. But this isn't very extreme.
Is Jaru.
So it's fine.
Today, I'm talking about Deltarune. There will be major spoilers for...
I do kind of wish there were more people watching my stream, so that way I could talk with them and bounce and get and see how to my evidence and have some others present their own evidence. But that's fine. I'll just treat these live streams like a long-form video.
For both Deltarune and Undertale, so please play them both before watching this. During my exploration of pixel art and legends of localization, I've had a whole new batch of theories and ideas bubbling to the surface.
Oberon Smog is one of the few... Actually, this raises another idea. Raises another question. Theory gets fan art. What kind of theory gets fan art? If you really don't want it to be fan fiction, why would you want fan art of it, your theories?
Surface. And the one that I think is perhaps the most interesting is also the most meme-worthy. Sans is Ness, for all its silliness, actually connected a few dots that might have greater meaning than we...
Oh, I was a stupid kid when this came out.
Initially realized. The only issue is in its conclusion. Sans is most certainly not Ness, but there may be another character who is. This theory is a continuation of my Kris is Des video, so...
I guess I'll watch that one first. Again, I'm not really fully against Jaru's theories. Like, I like this theory about, well, this isn't really a theory, it's just questioning the music, but I like the dark matter theory and, like, the earth is bleeding theory. Elemental pairs, that's a good theory. His analysis of Spamton and what hyperlink block could be, good theory. The Roaring Knight. I can accept Oberon Smog as the Roaring Knight. There's nothing that really conflicts with that. At least, I think. Okay, maybe there's a lot of things that would conflict with Oberon Smog being the Knight. But I'm okay with that idea. Who is Kris? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this theory because Kris is more of their own character. This is analysis of the pop-up lore. That's another good theory. In the shadow crystals, I like the time loop theory. That's an amazing. That's an interesting idea. the idea that the angel took away magic from the world of Deltarune and hid it in the dark worlds, that's also a good theory. Like, not all these theories are bad. I like Jaru's theories. It's just that some of them, like the player is not a part of Deltarune, that's, not a very good one. And I'm glad people have convinced Jaru away from this idea. I mean, even in the previous theory about Ralsei, Jaru said that the player was controlling Ralsei. I mean, the player was controlling Azrael, which was controlling Kris's soul, which was controlling Kris. I'll go back to the original video. Well, the first video.
Gravity Falls is one of the
Okay, there it is.
At Planet Fitness, there's a number of ways to get strong, and they all add up to one membership.
Hello, my name is Jaru. Today...
The funny thing is, I think this theory is literally just the whole part of Azrael possessing Kris, but with Des as well. So, thinks that Des and Azrael are possessing Kris, and the only reason... one of the big things that Jaru used as evidence for Azrael possessing Kris is the fact that Azrael was a boss monster. So how is Jaru going to explain Des's soul being absorbed by Kris when Des is most likely not a boss monster?
I'm talking about Deltarune. There will be major spoilers for both Deltarune and Undertale, so please play them both before watching this. Today, we're talking about Des Holiday, because apparently it's the hot topic of the season.
I did not think that Des was important until the Spampton sweepstakes, and it was all about find her.
Lots of my fellow Deltarune YouTubers have been tackling the mystery of Des, so now it's my turn. As you likely guessed from the thumbnail, I have quite the whopper of a theory prepared, and it's almost certainly going to surprise you. Without further ado, if you enjoy this video, consider supporting me on Patreon, and let's dive.
Okay, that also brings me to another point. Isn't Jaru has like to play games, right? Games like One Shot and maybe some others. I think that's a bad idea because that limits Jaru's like perspective. Jaru not being allowed to play these games until he reaches this self-imposed goal limits his perspective, which could like harm his view of the, which could make these games could completely change his perspective of towards the player being a real thing in Deltarune. As we can tell from that video I pointed out earlier. Like, if you want to play something, you should play it. You shouldn't restrict yourself and your perspective. If it'll give you a greater insight towards how these meta games operate and how these meta stories can function, you shouldn't restrict yourself away from playing them. You should play them so that way you can get your opinions on them, see how they function, and just get a better judgment and make better theories from having a better and more developed perspective.
dive into the mystery of why Kris is Des. First,
it's like someone trying to make a theory on Kingdom Hearts without they refuse to play the DS games because the DS games are bad according to most people. Which, yeah, I guess you could kind of get around that, but it also gives you information that you need. And in this case, you could, that the player that refuses to play the DS games could just get the information from somewhere else, and because they don't really care about spoilers, but Jaru is purposely avoiding information that could make him more informed towards these topics, and is locking it behind a Patreon goal. I think that's a problem. I used to think that it was like a good idea, like, ooh, when I hit 100 subscribers, I'm gonna play Bug Fables for my channel. And I'm like, because that's something that I did originally. It was kind of the first thing I did. Kind of. But now I think it's a bad idea because, well, in Jaru's case, it's a bad idea because of his perspective, but for me, it's limiting my options. Like, if I want to see, like, if there's, like, I'm playing a game, like Rivals of Aether, for example, and there's, like, suddenly there's a crossover with Bug Fables, it's gonna, like, limit my amount of knowledge towards that. If you want to do something, you should just do it.
Some context. Des Holiday, aka December Holiday, is the mysterious older sister of Noelle, and is apparently missing.
Has no official sprite, potentially represented by this guitar sprite. Well, yeah, okay. Is Noelle's older sister is absent. Probably lost in the code.
More and
that unused line of code. But it could also be someone else. And I also...
More information has been revealed suggesting something strange has happened to her, with Noelle spending years searching for Des using shady online programs, and with several sections of the Spamton ARG hinting at the idea that we as a community need to figure out what's happened to her. This guitar on Toby's website plays a version of Noelle's theme, and this theme is called Find Her.
And this is why I think it's important. Why would there be why would the Spamton sweepstakes all be about Find Her? Why is this important? At first, I thought that Des was not going to be important, but this proves that Des has to be important. It's being deliberately called out. You have to find her.
Which is a pretty clear call to action. However, we can't just dive straight into the deep, dark depths of my mad theory, as you first need a cursory knowledge of more normal Deltarune theories to even begin to understand what the heck I'm ranting about. For starters, there were two things that caused all these awesome YouTubers to make a surge of videos about Des. First was the Spamton sweepstakes, which we've already discussed at length on this channel, and the second was the release of a music video written by Toby Fox called Skies Forever Blue.
Wasn't this a collaboration?
Which many members...
That's meaning that it wasn't like, sure, Toby helped work on this, but it's really not truly about Deltarune vision.
Of the community are theorizing is actually a massive hint about the true fate of...
At least that's what I think. I might be wrong because, again, I'm not sure if this was a collaborative effort. Someone else's vision that Toby helped work with them to help make this happen.
Of Des. I'll go ahead and give a quick summary of the plot of this video.
With Verizon, you could save big on all your favorite entertainment. Whoa! Like Netflix and Max for $10 a month.
Once upon a time, there was a video game, and in that game was the main hero character, who was controlled by the player, and the main female character, who was the primary companion and love interest of that game. Over time, this girl falls in love, not only with the hero, but also with the player. However, before she can confess her love, the game ends, and the credits roll. But the girl refuses to accept this outcome. She begins resetting the game over and over, and on each new playthrough, she gets closer and closer to confessing her feelings to the hero, only for her to fail every time. Eventually, her meddling with the game's code causes reality itself to begin breaking apart, and in her final leap to the hero, she fails once again, and begins tumbling down into the darkness, lost forevermore. Now, that's a cute little tragic story, but what does it have to do with Deltarune? Well, there's a lot of tiny details that seem to be hinting that this story is tied to Deltarune in some way.
I'm pretty sure Toby said that there's no relation to this and Deltarune.
I won't cover all of the details here,
but even then, you can never really trust the developers. They can just say stuff in order to try and misdirect and mislead.
Other theorists have already covered this topic in depth, but the gist of it is this. The Safe Select screen is just like Deltarune.
Or just any other game. Because this kind of reminds me of, is it Dragon Quest? Metroid? I don't know. I don't, well, I can at least compare it to Metroid. I never played Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy and barely know about that, but since it says level, I assume it's gotta be like RPG, based off an RPG.
The girl begins breaking the game in a method that is very reminiscent of the way Noelle breaks her games, and Noelle's favorite game.
Noelle uses glitches. From the way you described it, this girl is more like Monica and just messes with the code.
The game series is Dragon Blazers, and given that the hero and the girl fight a skeletal dragon at the end, it's believed that this whole music video is actually about the Dragon Blazers video game. Throw in the fact that we see this guitar in the background, which is an instrument associated with Ness, and the fact that this girl loses her white and pink ribbon when she falls into the darkness, which is eerily similar to another ribbon that Kris finds in the Dark World, and which Noelle says looks familiar and...
Yeah, these are pretty good ways to connect these two videos, but I still not sure.
Nostalgic, and we've got quite a...
But again, I will follow you on this because the creators lied to us. What was it? The cake is a lie or something? You can never fully trust someone.
Bit of grounds to believe that the story of this girl is actually a metaphorical reimagining of the story of December. And if you really aren't sold that this is meant to be related to Deltarune, Toby even made a special web page for this video simply labeled Girl. And when you scroll down the page, you see all these credits, then you see the boy looking over the cliff, and then when you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you find the girl looking up from the darkness. This is far too similar to the Spampton Sweepstakes ARG for me to believe that this is just some random thing Toby Fox did for no reason.
Or it's just a nice way of making something look cool. Because it isn't really an ARG. You can't click on any of these. It doesn't bring you anywhere. It's just something to discover that would make sense.
And if it weren't meant to be viewed as
it's just how it was in the actual video. Or the actual music video.
Deltarune lore, then I imagine Toby would have said something about it. But wait, it goes a little bit deeper. You see, in addition to theorizing that this video is about Ness, people are also theorizing that Ness is actually the character trapped in the code of Deltarune. Yeah. For those who aren't aware, hidden in Deltarune's code is this line of text, which depicts a person lost in the dark calling out for help. And in Chapter 2, more text was added, which has this person noting how quiet it is there and how they sometimes hear scratching. As such, this led people to believe that there was some character trapped in the code, and that this character may also be Ness. Now, to be clear,
scratching, maybe like cat claws scratching, the cat that is _friend, that, is that a stretch? Is Ness locked in the code with image _friend?
The idea that Ness is the one trapped in the code has been bouncing around in the community for quite some time, with many theorists discussing the possibility long before Skies Forever Blue was released. We even discussed the idea in the Deltacast, if I recall correctly. If anything, this music video just added fuel to the fire for this theory. However, despite all this budding interest in Ness from the community, for a long time, I had no desire to make a theory about her. If you've seen my other videos, you'll know I'm mostly a fan of making theories that focus on the narrative and themes of Deltarune. And while Ness is a mysterious character, I couldn't see how her story might play into the overarching narrative of Deltarune, and thus she just didn't interest me. Or rather, that was the case until now. With the release of Skies Forever Blue...
Oh wait, I should have update the description, right? I forgot about that.
I've been given precisely the information I needed to figure out a way for December's story to contribute to Deltarune's overarching theme in a way that is unique, intriguing, and compelling. This Ness theory also fits extremely nicely with the other theories I've made, while also being a theory that none of the other theory about Kris, I bet he's wet, took one look at this thumbnail and thought, oh man, Wacky Jaru's got another theory about Kris.
Very wacky.
I bet he's going to say that Kris absorbed Ness's soul, just like
that's just what I was saying earlier.
He said happened to Asriel in his other theory. Oh, Jaru, how many people is Kris going to be possessed by at this rate? Is Kara and Gaster in there too? Ha ha ha. Oh, my dear viewers. Did you really think I'd put the plot twist right there in the thumbnail? give me a little credit here. I don't think Kris absorbed Dess's soul. What good would that do in propelling Deltarune's main theme? No, when I say Kris is Dess, I mean that in a much more metaphysical way. When I first watched this video, something immediately stood out to me. The story of this girl is all about being trapped in a cycle in which you are desperately trying to achieve a happily ever after, only for your happiness to be torn away from you at the very end. No matter what changes she makes, no matter how hard she tried, her choices just didn't matter, and her world is inevitably reset. Doesn't this all sound familiar? That's right, this story, this terrible, tragic fairy tale is literally the theory that I presented in this video. This theory held that the Deltarune reality has been trapped in a time loop by a higher power known.
A theory that I think, well, I don't think it'll act, but it's very interesting, and there is some amount of evidence that's really strong.
Known as the Angel, and that this angel is destined to reset the timeline whenever the roaring comes to pass. This entity took away the world's magic and hid that magic in another dimension, which became known as the Dark World. And it is only within this dark world that magic can still be used. Furthermore, since the angel has power over reality in the light world, Kris is only able to use the power of saving and loading in the dark world, as that place is just barely outside the control of the angel. As a result, the fate of Kris and the fate of the player of this game is to desperately reset Deltarune over and over in our vain attempt to reach a happy ending that is forever beyond our reach. Our choices don't matter, and the world is inevitably doomed to fall to darkness, just like the girl in Skies Forever Blue. It was, of course, quite vindicating to see my theory even further hinted at by Toby Fox in this way. But there was something more to discover here. This quaint little music...
It's just a music video.
Video actually holds the key to unlocking the door to one of the oldest mysteries in this fandom, a mystery that dates back to Undertale. In one of my recent videos, I discussed what I believe was the fate of Sans, but more importantly, I discussed the reason behind monsters bleeding.
Well, this sprite is unused. We have no evidence of monsters bleeding. And if monsters, they did change it so that monsters bled. I cannot speak. So, if your theory is to be correct, and the angel changed it so monsters could bleed, then why does that one monster ask Kris if it hurts to be made out of blood?
Namely, I concluded that after the angel took away magic, it had to give monsters physical bodies to replace their magical bodies. A side effect of this was that monsters can now bleed, but a more important side effect was that monsters could now wield determination without melting, which was the main weakness.
That one NPC does throw a big wrench in this theory, but I think Jaru explained away in the theory itself. Maybe
of Undertale,
but it is still quite contradictory.
Style monsters. As a result, Deltarune monsters are able to wield determination to open dark fountains, as we see nearly accomplished in Chapter 2. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. If monsters can now wield determination, then what's stopping them from wielding a great deal of determination? What's stopping them from gaining the legendary power wielded by the heroes and villains of Undertale? Skies Forever Blue isn't just revealing the fate of December Holiday. Skies Forever Blue is revealing the natural conclusion of a concept initiated by Flowey all those years ago. We've seen what it's like when a human wields power over time. We've seen what it's like when an unnatural abomination wields power over time. There was only one
Flowey's still technically a monster.
Type of creature left who had yet to wield this power. We had yet to see what it's like when a monster wields it. We had yet to see a monster wield the power to save and load. Until now. Only one person can wield power over the timeline at once. Flowey ruled the Undertale timeline until he was supplanted by Frisk, who was then supplanted by Asriel. Similarly,
Now he's not a monster, how is he able to use magic to create bullet patterns? Determination can explain him being alive, but that can't explain him being able to create bullet patterns.
Kris may be the current master of
and just being able to use magic in Undertale,
the Dark World timeline, but this wasn't always the case. Before there was Kris warping time and space, there is the current master of the supplanted by Asriel. Similarly, Kris may be the current master of the Dark World timeline, but
or maybe it's just Gaster in the device, or maybe saving and loading's not even diegetic.
This wasn't always the case. Before there was Kris warping time and space, there
Earn 60,000 bonus points and experience more with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Was Ness, the previous master of saving and loading. We even see what her save point looks like. Frisk's save point was yellow, Kris's was white, and December's is pink. I am very appreciative of my fellow theorists as I
don't think there's a difference in color. I think it's just because it's a different world. The Dark World has a gray one, the Light World has a yellow one.
Would never have gotten this far.
Or maybe it's just different because it's Deltarune and Undertale. I don't think it's dependent on the person.
Without your stellar legwork. But there was one question that stuck with me during all this research. One question that nobody had quite given a satisfying answer for. You see, while clever folks have deduced that this music video is meant to show that December was the one to fall to darkness and become lost in the game's code, what these theorists haven't quite explained was how she met this fate. That is the question that I will be answering today. I should put Ralsei video. My biggest mistake in that video was I got too specific with describing the possible scenario that led up to Asriel's
too specific.
Death. In reality, that theory was actually rather simple. Ralsei was a Darkner made from Asriel's dust.
Unlikely.
Asriel died, and it's Kris's fault, and Kris
also unlikely. And
was present when Asriel died, which
wait, unlikely, and not possible for the last one.
allowed them to absorb his soul. That was the whole theory. But in my desire to weave this theory into a compelling story, I presented a possible scenario which could have led up to this event. That, however, was a mistake, as many people dismissed the theory outright because they didn't find that specific scenario I described as being believable, when...
Yeah, that specific scenario is very much not believable, but even the basic scenario can be has evidence to explain it away, because it's said that Asriel's at college, and that Asriel could be dead, and that Kris is just lying about Asriel being at college, but it could be true. There's nothing saying that Asriel is dead, and there's nothing, and we're told that Asriel is actually alive at college. And it's just impossible for Asriel, well, not impossible, because again, I did play devil's advocate and give a possible explanation, but it's just so much of a stretch. It just can't be that Kris is being possessed by Asriel's soul. It has to be the player because of the Goner Maker.
This theory into a compelled led people I described as being believable, when in reality the scenario was completely irrelevant to the theory itself. The specifics of how and when Asriel died wasn't important. However, people didn't see it that way.
You really do like it. Maybe this is why Jaru doesn't want his theories to be called fiction, because he took this theory and made it fan fiction, and that just made it too specific. Because these key points make it more of a theory, because it's not a storyline. It's just what event. Events that could explain the deal with Kris and Ralsei, and not try to predict anything. Just act as an explanation. That's much better than the fanfiction route.
When Asriel died wasn't important. However, people didn't see it. Saging away as I can, but I'll do so in very broad strokes, and then I'll allow you viewers at home to fill in the finer details. Once upon a time, there was a girl named December Holiday, aka Ness. And this girl was very determined. She was so determined, in fact, that she had gained access to an incredible power. However, she didn't realize she had this power until one day, through some unknown circumstances, when she fell into a dark world. In a manner quite similar to the way Frisk unlocked their ability, Ness, upon falling into this new world, saw a pink star twinkling in the darkness. She touched it and discovered that she had the incredible power to save and load. What happened next, and what adventures she may or may not have experienced, is currently unknown. But using the plot of Skies Forever Blue, we can conclude that at some point in time, Ness suffered a terrible loss. She lost someone she loved. Now, who she lost is unclear. Maybe, just like the girl in the music video, Ness had a romantic interest. Maybe she had a thing for Asriel, and it was his death that she suffered. Maybe he even originally died from something unrelated to Kris, which would be especially tragic, as it would imply Asriel is doomed to die in every possible timeline. Or maybe it wasn't something so specific. Maybe Ness lost everyone she loved when the roaring came to pass, and her timeline was reset. She still managed to remember this happening thanks to her unusual quantity of determination, just as Flowey could remember past timelines in Undertale, and thus she was able to recognize the horrible time loop her world was trapped in. Or maybe her tragedy was simply focused on a sick loved one who died of illness in the hospital. Whatever the case, be it a romantic interest, a family member, or her entire world, December suffered a terrible loss, and that loss motivated her to use her newfound powers to find a better outcome. Using her ability to save and load while in the dark world, Des began rewinding time over and over again as she searched for a way to get a better tomorrow, a way to change fate. However, no matter how much she tried, she could never prevent this tragedy from occurring. Even with her determination, her choices just didn't matter.
I don't really have anything to add on to this part, but it's kind of important.
But that didn't stop her from trying. Eventually, Des came up with a new idea. She had learned of the power to create dark fountains. Anyone with determination could do it, but there was something she hadn't tried yet. When she created a dark fountain in the light world, it caused a dark world to form. But what would happen if someone like her were to attempt to create a dark fountain while inside a dark world? Or, to put it another way, what if it could get darker than dark? If she gained such incredible powers by entering the dark world, then maybe entering a dark world inside another dark world would grant her even greater powers. Or maybe some other line of logic led her to this plan. Maybe a certain someone whispered the idea into her ear. Whatever the specific scenario, Des set out to enact this plan. She would create a dark fountain inside a dark world and unlock the answer to the age-old question. What is darker yet darker? And unfortunately for Des, she succeeded. As she plunged her blade into the earth, a horrible tear was made in reality. She found herself plunged into a realm far darker than she could have possibly imagined. She couldn't see anything.
So relates Des to Kris according to this theory. I mean Des to Gaster according to this theory.
And worst of all, she couldn't reach her save file. It seemed that wherever this place was, whatever dark recess of reality she had torn her way into, was beyond the realm of logic and physics. The rule.
I do have one question, though. Your save file extends outside of the dark world. Because, sure, if the angel is what resets the light world, like, Kris is able to go to the dark world and save there and load in the dark world, so yeah, that makes sense, but it also loads the light world back in time by extension. Because if you save before doing an event, if you go to, like, in Chapter 2, if you save at Castletown, and then go to, say, Sans' grocery store, and then watch the Toriel and Asgore cutscene, and I don't know, maybe put the egg in the basket, and then load your file, you also load back the light world, which technically would mean someone else is able to load their file aside from the angel, which is very confusing, because if this theory is to be believed, the light world and dark world should not be able to load at the same time, because that would because Kris would have the ability to load in the light world and go back in time in the light world, when, according to Jaru's angel theory, the angel's the one in control of the light world, the ability to load and save in the light world. Sure, Kris did that in the Dark World, but that would technically give two beings the ability to save and reset. And save and load.
Of saving and loading and determination did not apply here. She was trapped, and she was alone, except for the sound of scratching.
Possibly that cat.
And so, with the former master of this reality now trapped in the fringes of existence, a new master was christened. Kris Dreamer took on the mantle that Des left behind.
So this is the theory. Kris gained the power to save and load from Des, at least in the Dark.
And in doing so, gained a terrible power and an even more terrible burden. They could control time itself, but in exchange, they now held the impossible task of confronting the problem that Des herself failed to solve. Kris would now go on to explore the dark world, go on adventures and learn terrible secrets, only to come face to face with a power they have no hope of conquering. In the end, just like Des before them, Kris will be forced to watch as their reality is sent hurtling back in time, all progress undone, all friendships shattered, and all choices rendered meaningless.
I still don't know how according to this theory, saving and loading in the Dark World works, because it still does that into the Light World. And there's that.
That, my dear viewers, is why Kris...
It's time for combat. Let's see what you got.
I mean, wouldn't you don't even notice? Anyway.
Off for adults and kids. Mosquito and tick repellent you both can agree on.
So, against the whole angel controlling the timeline
is.
It's why the device is preferable.
Des. They wield her power. They carry her burdens, and they share her fate. To try and fail to break the cycle, only to be lost in darkness forevermore. Of course, this raises the question, what's next? What is the future of Des Holiday? Will she truly be trapped in this dark abyss forever? Or is there some chance of her being saved? Well, I have an answer for that as well. You see, once you connect the dots, confirming that Dragon Blazers is meant to be symbolic
in some
of
ways,
Des and the Holiday family in general, you start to notice foreshadowing that we hadn't recognized before. Dragon Blazers 3 is the game that features the Ice Palace, which is also the place featured in the Spampton ARG. Everything about the story Noelle tells surrounding this place, about her trying to find a glitchy door, sounds eerily similar to the way the Mystery Man's door is hidden in Undertale. It seems like Noelle...
Yeah, but instead it's just a hallway and not a maze. But it does parallel.
Whether she realizes it or not, is looking for a way to reach the dark abyss at the edge of reality where December has been trapped. But that's not all. Noelle has yet to achieve this goal, and appropriately, Rudy mentions in Chapter 1 that she has yet to beat Dragon Blazers 3. He then suggests she bring the game up to the hospital, which she does in Chapter 2. They then mention a couple key details here. They fight a silver drake, which is likely symbolic of a foe we will face in later chapters. But more noticeably, when Rudy suggests using fire shock, Noelle responds that she can't because the mage left the party.
And doesn't this hint towards the theory that you have to pick between Ralsei or Noelle?
This seems to imply that our mage, Ralsei, will not only learn fire magic, a skill he likely inherited from the Dreamer family, but also that he will leave our party for some reason in future chapters. Why he would do this only time will tell. However, the most important foreshadowing regarding Des came not from Dragon Blazers 3, but from Dragon Blazers 2, which Susie brings up in this scene here when she says, "It's like when your sister gets cursed in Dragon Blazers 2. Even if her stats suck, she's still your party member." A sister getting cursed and losing access to the powers she once wielded? Why?
Yeah, but in Dragon Blazers 2, it says that she's still a part of your party. Des is just gone. And can't be carried by stronger warriors or other party members to help. Des is just missing and gone from the picture. But in Dragon Blazers 2, the sister stays in the party and is able to continue, get stronger from, like, gaining XP or something, even with the bad stats, presumably obtained from that curse.
I dare say that sounds familiar. With this information, I think we can use the Dragon Blazers trilogy to paint a picture of the full story of December. I believe Skies Forever Blue is meant to represent the original Dragon Blazers, hence why it's on this very retro handheld console, and also why none of the events in this game line up with any of the events described in the other Dragon Blazers games. As such, this game represents the rise and fall of December back before the events of Deltarune. Next is Dragon Blazers 2, which details how, in a future chapter, we will somehow find a way to interact with Des, and she will even contribute to our mission in the Dark World. She's been cursed to lose her powers and be locked in this dark abyss, but that doesn't mean she can't find a way to communicate with those in—
Okay, that's a way to explain it.
The regular Dark World. She may even be able to join our party at some point, although, thanks to the mental strain of being stranded in the darkness for so long, she will be a lot weaker than she was before, and will no longer have the determination necessary to use her former powers. And lastly comes the final act of Des's story, Dragon Blazers 3. It is in this game where Noelle will find the hidden door in the Ice Palace and unlock a path to the Dark Abyss, and in doing so she will finally save her sister from damnation. Or, at the very least, Noelle will try to do this. Given the dark nature of this game, I wouldn't be shocked if it ultimately proves impossible to rescue Des. But then again, if I were writing this game, I would allow the player to rescue December after going on a very difficult and glitchy quest. Giving the Holiday family a beautiful reunion that tugs at your heartstrings would be really fun and engaging to see. It would also make the roaring and the inevitable timeline reset that sends Des hurtling back into the dark abyss all the more tragic. Even when you rescue her, darkness will always be the fate of December Holiday. That's the end of the video.
Alright, now where was that about the Ness? Where was it?
So if you haven't seen it, go.
Now to update everything else. Wish this was a bit more eventful, but there's only so much I can add and debunk. But no one ever really brought up the idea of the Goner Maker when talking about Azrael's Piles of Dust, so I just had to do that. At least from what I know. Alright, now to change the description.
Go check it out. Link is in the description. And even if this topic doesn't interest you, I'd still recommend sticking around, as this is
So this is just more symbolic and
it's all leading towards something far
literal.
bigger than anything you are expecting. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see the channel stay up and running, please consider supporting me on Ko-fi or Patreon. Through Ko-fi, you can make one-time donations and work towards fun donation goals. For example, we're very close to reaching our goal of me doing a blind playthrough and video on One Shot.
Reached the goal while editing. New goal is everhood. Good job, you finally are playing a game that you wanted to play.
Alternatively, if you'd like to get occasional sneak peeks at my videos and support the channel more consistently, consider supporting me on Patreon. Both options go a long way towards keeping this channel up and running and really help bring financial stability to my life. With all that said, please enjoy today's theory.
I'm providing financial stability by giving you ad revenue.
Let's get the obvious clickbait out of the way. Ness is not in Undertale or Deltarune, at least not in the literal sense. It's fun to meme on this idea, but it's simply not true. These are different games in different universes that do not overlap. However, while Ness himself does not appear, there may be a character heavily inspired by him that does. Toby Fox has always been highly transparent about how influential Earthbound was on Undertale and Deltarune, and I think there's one character who checks more Ness boxes than anybody else. You've seen the thumbnail, you know who I'm talking about. I think Des is heavily based on Ness, and the consequences for this are what I wish to discuss. But first, let's prove just how similar these characters are. We'll start with a quick rundown of Ness's attributes. Ness.
Alright, so I think I should explain more of the thumbnail. So let me get it here. It says, if Des is Ness, then Eggman equals Mario. So I brought up the points of Eggman being associated with red, using technology just like Mario uses technology, and in some cases, like in Sunshine, and they both fight animals, with Mario fighting Bowser and Eggman fighting Sonic. What else? Well, from what I've also heard, that this may or may not be true, but I've also heard that, pointed out, I also heard that Eggman was based off of Mario and intentionally made to look like, to act as a Mario counterpart. I don't remember the exact way it was put, or if it's even true, but that's what it's like. Well, not what it's like, that's what it's closest to. I don't know how to put it.
Ness is a teenage human boy whose primary weapon is a baseball bat, and his main armor is a baseball hat. He also possesses psychic powers. He is very brave, cheerful, and makes friends easily. He has a father who cares a lot about him and manages his son's finances, but is always away on business. He also has a stay-at-home mother who is very supportive of his adventures. Ness has a younger sister named Tracy who is very pleasant and is responsible enough to hold down a job. And most notably, Ness leaves his hometown to go on a magical adventure to save the world. Let's compare all of that to Des. Des is believed to be a teen or young adult. She is a monster, presumably a deer of some kind, and she is referred to as a girl. She is known to use a wiffle bat, which is effectively a plastic baseball bat, and she's implied to play the guitar. She is also implied to exist in the Undertale reality, where she would have magical powers on account of being a monster. She would also have magical powers if she visited the Dark World in Deltarune. Given her enjoyment of sports, as well as her tendency to stick up for Noelle and even smack Kris around, it's possible that Des is something of a tomboy. Even so, her friendship with Kris and Asriel and her efforts to comfort Noelle suggest that she is at least a somewhat pleasant and kind person. Des has a mother who likely cares about her, although she's a rather cold and distant figure who is often busy running the town. Des's father is not known to have a job, so he may be a stay-at-home dad, and he's definitely the more kind and supportive of her parents. Des also has a younger sister named Noelle, who is very smart, kind, sweet, and responsible. The location of Des is currently unknown, with the implication being that she is missing. This could mean that she ran away from home and is no longer...
There are a lot more points comparing Des to Ness than the amount of points that I had comparing Mario. But I'm pretty... I think I had something written in a Discord message about this theory a long time ago. It's probably gone. Or like buried very far up the message, my messages, so I can't exactly go and grab it.
Living in the hometown, although where she went and why she left are currently unknown. When looked at side by side, the similarities between Ness and Des are pretty blatant. Their names are literally one letter apart, they both love baseball, they both have supernatural...
Well, a form of baseball.
Powers, and while Des is a girl, she's described in a very tomboyish way. In fact, given the way their parents are characterized, it could be argued that Des and her family are all gender-swapped and species-swapped versions of Ness and his family. They both have one parent who is an absent professional, one parent who is a homemaker, and one younger sibling who is supportive and responsible. Admittedly, Noelle and Tracy are both girls, so the gender swap angle doesn't work perfectly, but they are both blonde, young, responsible women who wore ribbons in their hair as children. It's also possible that Des...
I don't know much about Earthbound.
...has black hair like Rudy, just as Ness does. Also, the gender swap angle may still be intact if you argue that Noelle is transgender, which is an idea with more evidence than you would expect. I won't get into it here, but there's pills in an unused version of her bedroom, and she's designed in a way very reminiscent of white-tailed deer, of which only the males have antlers. It's unknown if Noelle's mother has antlers, and this line from Sans almost seems to imply Des does not have antlers, which lends credence to this line of thought. Also, this is a Toby Fox game, so, you know, it wouldn't be the strangest reveal. Regardless, both Ness and Des then leave their hometowns during the events of their respective games, so the similarities between them are pretty numerous. However, there were some areas where they didn't perfectly match up. Des plays the guitar, but Ness is not known to play any instrument. We are likely to learn the names of both of Des's parents.
No instruments. Okay. Ness is not a incarnation of Link, that's something I can say.
While the names of Ness's parents remain a mystery. Ness went on an adventure to save the world, whereas we don't know why or how Des disappeared. There's also the question of Des's Dark World design. Ness only wears one outfit, so what would be the inspiration for her other design? Rest assured, I have answers to these questions. This is where we get to one of the more interesting branches of this theory. You see, there are...
Ness only has one outfit? What about, Magic Can't? I think.
Two other notable characters
Where
who
Ness
I
wears
believe were
his pajamas?
inspirations for Des.
Or
the
other?
first is Ninten. For those who don't know, Ninten was the protagonist of Mother 1, which was the game that came before Earthbound. He is so similar to Ness that the creator left it open to fan interpretation how they were connected or if they were potentially the same person. And from Ninten, we find a few more noteworthy additions to the similarity chart. Ninten has younger sisters who wear their hair in pigtails just as Noelle did when she was younger. Ninten has a love for the electric guitar just as Des does for the acoustic. And perhaps most notably of all, we actually know the name of Ninten's mother. And this was the detail that really got me excited. Do you know what the name of Des's mother is? The mayor of the hometown? We don't know for certain, but it's believed to start with the letter C, as evidenced by this letter sent to Asgore. And given that the entire holiday family is named after Christmas stuff, it's believed that Des's mother is called Carol. This would align with Christmas carols while also just being a regular name. And can you guess what the name of Ninten's mother is? If you guessed Carol, then you're absolutely right. Given Ninten and Ness's similarities, it makes sense that Toby would draw from both when designing his own Ness-inspired character. Of course, he'd also
similarities that are more comparisons and superficial or whatever.
Also want to make some changes to his original character in order to spin them into something unique. This, I suspect, was his motivation for swapping the gender.
This really is just more of an analysis comparing and contrasting these two characters, but just more so comparing, not contrasting, and not really a theory, just an analysis.
Species and role of Des. Ness was the protagonist and a human boy, while Des is a side character and a monster girl. However, there's one big addition to Des that doesn't match Ness or Ninten. Des is missing. As such, the question becomes, how do we tie that back to the Mother series? Well, as it just so happens, Toby Fox has already written his
the Earthbound Halloween hack.
Own Earthbound fanfiction in which Ness goes missing. That's right, we're going full game theory on this one. Let's talk about the Earthbound Halloween hack.
I'll accept this.
This bizarre little fan game was made by Toby Fox, and it follows the original characters from Earthbound going on a strange journey. The game is something Toby Fox has tried to distance himself from, although it's still a very worthwhile resource for us. Why? Because it gives us further insight into the themes and concepts Toby Fox is interested in exploring. One such idea that we know Toby was interested in was this. Ness is completely absent from this game. We don't know how or why, but he's not here, and you instead play as a character from Brandish, a completely different game series. As such, thanks to this, we now know that the idea of having Ness be mysteriously absent from the story is something Toby has been thinking about for a while. It stands to reason that this idea may have later been integrated into Des and her story. This also conveniently ties one of her seemingly unique traits right back to Ness. Ness was absent in the Halloween hack, Des is absent in Deltarune. But that's not all. You see, I know what you're thinking. Ness is a hero who saved the world by going on a magical adventure. Isn't that pretty different from Des, who is just a normal girl? That would be a
According to your theory, Des actually did go to the Dark World, so yeah, whatever.
The issue for this comparison if it weren't for my last Des video. As you may recall, I theorized in my Skies Forever Blue theory that the girl from that video provides some hints as to the fate of Des. By the end, I concluded that Des did in fact go on a quest to save the world, just like this girl and just like like Ness. The only difference was, instead of traveling around the world, Des went to a new world, a dark world, and in that dark world, she attempted to find a method to stop the roaring. Feel free to check out that video for more details, but TLDR, I believe the evidence already leads us to believe that Des was a hero intent on saving the world, which makes the Ness similarities even more numerous. But that's not all. If Des went to the dark world, then that would mean she'd have a new design in said dark world.
If Des was trying to stop the roaring and went to the dark world, how would she be able to seal it? From what we know, Kris is the only one capable of sealing fountains, so how would Des be able to do that and try to be a hero? And also, how would Des be able to escape the dark world to begin with? Well, if Des is also a parallel to Kris and what Kris becomes, then maybe Des was capable of sealing fountains.
And as you recall from my previous video, I've already theorized what that design would look like. At the time, I guessed that she would wear an outfit similar to that of the girl in the music video, namely a pink and white dress with a big ribbon in her hair. But upon further research, I've now realized that there's an Earthbound character who matches this description perfectly. This is Paula. She is the female companion of Ness, and is the character I think...
Just a quick distraction. This is kind of the reason why, I played Earthbound, but I've never been able to actually... I've just been lost. I beat up the thugs in, at, the town. Is it on it? I beat the thugs up there, but I've never been able to actually make my way to unlock Paula. I just end up getting lost and can't find the way forward. That's the only real reason why I barely have any Earthbound knowledge.
Think Toby drew inspiration from when writing the Dark World narrative of Des. Design-wise, Paula also wears a pink and white dress with a bow in her hair, but more important is her story. Paula's story begins with her being imprisoned by a villain. As a result, she has to use her psychic powers to call out to Ness, asking him to come and rescue her. This is very similar to Des, who I've theorized has been trapped in some sort of dark world. And what has she been doing in said dark world? She has been leaving messages in the code calling out for help. This idea of blending some of Paula's...
Maybe, but it's not as direct as Paula's telepathy or something.
Attributes into Des in order to further distinguish her from Ness makes perfect sense, and it further strengthens the strings connecting Des to the Mother series. Now, at this point, everyone who is going to buy this Des Earthbound connection has already bought it, and I can't do much to convince the rest of you. However, regardless of whether you believe this theory or not, all of you are likely thinking the same thing. So what? Maybe Des is inspired by Ness, Ninten, and Paula. Toby loves Earthbound, so it's not a big reach, but why does it matter? What does this revelation tell us about Deltarune, even if it is true? The answer, my dear viewers, is everything. I began this analysis as a way of making a somewhat silly but ultimately sincere theory about the inspirations behind Des as a character.
Yeah, this is just an analysis and comparison. What's the big thing?
In the process of analyzing...
What's the thing that can be easily contradicted with evidence?
Undertale, Deltarune, Earthbound, and the Halloween hack, I believe I've unlocked the door. I have had a major revelation. I now understand this web of stories in a way I've never understood it before. Several of my older theories now have glaring flaws, and several others now have humongous potential. Analyzing deaths was fun, but the real boon was how this helped me understand Toby Fox. And with this newfound insight, I do believe I have all the pieces necessary to tackle a much bigger fish. A missing hero. A taciturn protagonist who is out of place. A time machine that went horribly wrong. A multiverse of alternate realities and parallel stories. And at the heart of it all, a mad scientist. Everything is sliding into place. All the inspirations, characters, and projects have been building towards one climactic theory. A theory that answers some of the oldest mysteries in Toby Fox history, while also explaining plot points that you never even thought to question. What is Sans? Who is
just a monster?
Papyrus? Where do the prophecies come from? Why does the Earth refuse to die? And how did he pull it all off? It's time to take on the big boy. It's time for Gaster.
Or now you're going to try and talk about Gaster.
Be more precise, it's time for Gaster's multiverse plan. A theory I will be showcasing in a future video.
Oh, that one never came out, did it?
I hope you guys enjoy.
Let's have a look. We instead got not the player. Okay, that's just the newsletter, not actual Gaster lore. Yeah, we don't have a Gaster multiverse plan theory. Well, I can't really critique it and give counter evidence if there's no theory, just an analysis and comparison. I have no problems with these comparisons, but it's still just comparisons. It doesn't mean anything. This one... Oh, this one. This is the final video, because I've been streaming for a while. Oh, hey, nice. Nice to see Molly playing something. I wonder if there's a comment here. I'll look for it later. Because
he's a good boy. Yeah, is that the spot?
How to Train Your Dragon.
Hello, my name is Jaru.
Actually, I should go back in the video and read the comments as well.
Gravity Falls is one. Hello.
What do people think about this? The plays guitar thing might be a parallel to Ness than you'd assume. Actually, during Earthbound, Ness learns a signature PK attack, which takes the name of whatever you entered as your favorite thing during the game's opening name entry sequence. If you don't put anything yourself, it defaults to PK Rockin'. Read into that what you will. Yeah, I guess that could work. Yeah, this was just a meme theory. The Spampton Value Network, very worth it. I would find it interesting if Des was supposed to be like the perfect main character type, and then something horrible happened and she went missing. And now the world's saving is left to the flawed side characters, and the absolutely messed up and very weird human, but it's also very edgy and cool idea, which is a very edgy and cool idea to me. Also, I like the theory that Toby was inspired by Ness making Destin, and wonder what other places he drew from as well. I mean, everything has to come from everything. Everything has to come from anything, everything has to come from something, everything has to come from everything, I don't know. Reference to Halloween hack. There's more similarities to the Halloween hack in Deltarune than initially thought. Someone brings up similarities between the Halloween hack and Deltarune. Honestly, well, it's aged badly, and Toby wants to distance himself from it. I think the main points the Halloween hack has tried to tell are both ambitious and pretty good, and there are a lot of parallels between the things happening in Deltarune to the points that I and some others think that Deltarune and some will somewhat be a retelling of the Halloween hack. Something else that people have overlooked is the fact that Deltarune was meant to be the first game, the first story Toby wanted to tell on his own after the Halloween hack. This is important because that not only means that the stuff in Undertale should be examined as possibly foreshadowing into Deltarune, but also means that the story that was meant to come after the Halloween hack, Toby has said in many occasions that the idea of fort and plot for Deltarune was something he saw in a dream around 2011 to 2012, which is also referenced in the track April 2012, the time Toby supposedly started working on / planning Deltarune and wanted to put it out into the world. No one seems to be against the idea of comparing Ness and Des, or just points out how you can make comparisons to other characters from completely different franchises. Like what I did with Mario and Eggman. Alright, nothing much to offer in the comments section here. I need to finally talk about this.
And today,
this one changed a lot of things.
I'm talking about Deltarune.
This did a lot of things. Good thing Snarlinger made an amazing video in response to this. I wonder if it's here.
Spoilers for both Deltarune and Undertale, so please play them both before watching.
This one is gonna be like beating a dead horse, but I really have to do this.
In this video, I will be discussing the difference between a narrative and a meta-narrative within the context of video gaming. I will also be discussing how the idea of the player being a part of Deltarune's narrative is not only incorrect, but would be explicitly bad for Deltarune if it were true. Now,
and you said that there was a player influencing Asriel as they possess Kris, or whatever. It has to be a player. It has to. The Goner Maker cannot allow that.
Now, if hearing me say that makes you want to rush to the comments to leave a scathing remark, then please...
I did that. I left my comment after the video.
Wait and listen. The idea of a meta-narrative in a video game is complex and niche, which means there's a good chance that what I mean when I use the term and what you think I mean are not one and the same. As such, I merely ask that you give me a chance to explain myself before you go roasting me on social media. But before we dive in, I'd just like to leave a quick call to action.
But with very good comparisons. Though it was a bit heated and very much
regarding my Ko-fi and Patreon. Bills are getting higher and higher in the Jaru household, so if you'd like to support me and keep the channel up and running, please consider donating through either of these platforms. Ko-fi is good for one-time donations and rewards you with fun donation goals, such as blind playthroughs of games chosen by you guys. On the other hand, Patreon is a good way to support the channel more.
So, playthroughs that the fans choose, and not something that you actually want to play, huh? Jaru had no intentions of playing one-shot before he started, and he only decided to play one-shot because people wanted him to play one-shot. Alright, I guess that's fair, but it still does limit your perspective
consistently, and it allows you access to the occasional behind-the-scenes content and sneak peeks on my videos. If everyone watching this video could donate $1 per month on Patreon, then I'd never have to worry about missing my rent payment ever again. Anything you can donate would be greatly appreciated, and even if you can't, I'm still
if someone can, that would be nice. The links are there, wait. Oh, yeah, the links. I have to add the links. Alright, I changed the links and added it to the description.
Grateful for you watching my content. I may be begging for money, but don't think I've forgotten just how much y'all have done for me already. Thank you all very, very much.
I'll be giving you that ad revenue.
Let's talk about why
because
the player...
I need my money for Deltarune. I gotta buy myself the Deltarune.
...is not a part of Deltarune's narrative.
I'd give you some money, kind of, if I could, but I have to have my emergency Deltarune money. If anyone else donate to him, then that would be nice. If not, that's fine. I'm giving him ad revenue.
Firstly, we need to define what it is we are talking about. What is the difference between a narrative and a...
Do I have to watch the ads in full in order to give him the ad revenue money? That's not how it would
meta-narrative.
Right?
Well, that depends on what medium of art you are looking at, and it also depends on who you ask. But this video is not about art history. This is about Deltarune. So instead of arguing semantics regarding what a meta-narrative quote-unquote really is, I'm just going to give the terms my own definitions so that way we are perfectly clear regarding what it is I'm saying. A narrative is simply the plot of a game. It is what the fictional characters in their fictional world are getting up to. Where things get confusing is with the idea of a meta-narrative. Now, to be clear, when I refer to Deltarune's meta-narrative, I am not talking about the game's themes. A theme...
This could really be a problem because in Undertale we used Kara as the genocide route. And one of the big things about Snowgrave and Deltarune is that there is no scapegoat. But according to Jaru, the scapegoat is Asriel. It's not me who guilt-tripped Noelle. It's Asriel possessing Kris, not me possessing Kris. Guilt-tripping? No. Did I say guilt-tripping? We did not guilt trip. No, Asriel did not guilt trip Noelle. Asriel is the one who backed Noelle into a corner and kept going on and on about Proceed. It was Asriel's fault, not the players.
For those not aware, is a central idea in a piece of literature that recurs.
That's one of the big problems, and that's why the Snowgrave route is one of the more has been seen as better than genocide, because Toby has accounted for the scapegoat possibility and decided to fully blame the player for going down that route. And that's why the player is so important.
Throughout the story. For example, Undertale,
along with a bunch of other things, especially in exploring the dynamic between player and protagonist,
has pacifism as one of its core themes, but that's not what I'm referring to when discussing the meta-narrative. For the purposes of this video, the term meta-narrative will be defined as follows: a narrative or plot that is focused on or heavily emphasizes the relationship between the player and the video game. Now, you may be wondering, how is this different from a regular narrative? Well, let's take an example. In Super Mario, the narrative of that game is that Bowser has kidnapped Princess Peach and Mario needs to save her. That,
not a very compelling narrative, but very fun for the game, only for it to be repeated for almost 40 years, with one exception being, with one very, well, not one exception, but there are multiple exceptions, and one of those exceptions has to be, like, the best story ever told in history. I love Super Paper Mario.
Is the plot of the game. It has nothing to do with the player or our relationship with this game. The player may control Mario, but we are not acknowledged within the story. As far as Mario, Peach, and Bowser are
Mario does acknowledge the player. It's called a fourth wall break, but it isn't important to the narrative. So yeah.
Concerned, the player.
Mario gives us the peace sign and, like, waves at us and a bunch of other things. Talks to us even. But yeah, not important to the narrative, because the narrative's never been important.
Does not exist and is not relevant. In other words,
the player does exist in Mario, but is not relevant.
This game has a regular narrative, but it has no meta-narrative. This is pretty much the norm for most video games. But that does raise the question, what is the opposite of that? What is a game where the regular narrative is nearly or completely absent while the meta-narrative is the main focus?
He's gonna say the Stanley Parable, right?
Well, a great example of that is the Stanley Parable.
I remembered. I didn't exactly remember, but it fit perfectly.
The narrative of this game is borderline non-existent. You play as a man called Stanley, who steps out of his office to realize that all of his co-workers have gone missing. Your goal is to discover what has happened to them. You know this is your goal because the disembodied narrator tells you that is your goal.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The narrator comments on everything you do and every choice you make, often sarcastically. Doing anything other than following the plot of his story will result in him mocking you. However, his plot and his story are paper thin, and the game knows it. If you look out the windows, it's just a white void. If you go down alternative paths, you can end up in places with unfinished developer textures. Heck, if you piss the narrator off enough, he might just kick you out of his game altogether and force you to play Minecraft instead. This is because the Stanley Parable is
I miss these old textures.
Purely focused on its meta-narrative. The plot of Stanley and his co-workers does not matter.
Some people have found meaning, though. Well, not in the meaning of the Stanley's co-workers, but there have been a lot of analyses on the Stanley Parable, and you can get a lot of depth from that game.
All the game cares about is messing with your expectations of what a video game experience should entail. It is a comedy first and foremost, with the target for its humor being all the tropes in and around video games. This is a great example of a game that has zero interest in telling a conventional story. Heck, even though you play as Stanley, the
I mean, one of the few things that I can actually recall from these analysis from one of the many analyses of the Stanley Parable is that the basic ending that you get by following the narrator's instructions about freeing yourself from the mind control facility or whatever is kind of like ironic, because all you did was follow the commands and commands of the narrator and did exactly what he told you to do. So there's still some level of depth and stuff.
narrator talks to the player directly most of the time. In one iconic moment, if you go AFK in this broom closet, then the narrator will sarcastically remark that the player must have died. He'll then call out loudly for some other player to remove your corpse and continue playing the game. There are, of course, other games that focus on a meta-narrative without being a comedy. The horror genre in particular has been a popular spot for developing meta-narratives. Games like I'm Scared pretend to hack your computer and force you to interact with game files, just to give an example. The Stanley Parable and I'm Scared are very different games, but in both cases the main appeal is how these games play with your expectations by directly involving the player in the story. One is a comedy while the other is a horror, but both emphasize their meta-narrative. That said, I'm sure you're asking what any of this has to do with—
and those meta-narratives are great.
With Undertale or Deltarune. Well, you see, Toby Fox did something—
and they don't undermine the basic narrative because, again, well, you can't really have the basic narrative of the Stanley Parable without and what I just said about, like, the analysis of, like, Stanley following the commands of the narrator is reliant on the meta-narrative.
Rather unique when he developed Undertale. While there have been games in the past that have integrated meta-narrative elements, they usually fell into one of two categories. Either A, they only poke the fourth wall a little bit and instead mostly focus on a regular narrative, or B, they focus almost entirely on the meta-narrative while largely ignoring or excluding any sort of normal plot. Prior to Undertale, there were very few instances of games meeting in the middle, which is to say, there were very few games that had both a solid regular narrative and a meta-narrative at the same time. This is what made Undertale so unique. However, at first glance, this idea doesn't seem logical. How can you have both a narrative and a meta-narrative? Aren't they mutually exclusive?
They are not.
Either
I can still care about characters while they're being meta and referring to the player or just being in a game. Care about them.
Your story is about fictional characters, or it's about the player's relationship with the game. How can it be both? Well, you see, that's what's so clever about Undertale. In order to blend narrative and meta-narrative, Toby Fox took regular video game mechanics and integrated them into the lore of the world. Case in point, saving and loading. In a normal game, saving and loading is a mechanic.
I still don't know how Flowey's able to have 9999 when the absolute is supposed to be 20. Would be proud.
That does not exist in universe. When you reload your save file, it is largely accepted that this is not a power that your character actually possesses. It is not part of the narrative. It's just a game mechanic. But in Undertale, Toby made saving and loading diegetic. Diegetic means that it is occurring in the narrative and can be observed or experienced by the fictional characters. For example, Flowey used to have the power to to save and load. But now the player and our character Frisk have that power instead. At the same time, saving and loading still works the same way it does in any game, allowing the player to reload old save files. But by making it both a game mechanic and a part of the plot, Toby has overlapped the narrative with the meta-narrative. As a result, anytime Flowey talks to you about saving and loading, it can be interpreted in one of two ways. Either he's talking to Frisk about the in-universe power of saving and loading, or he's talking to the player about the game mechanic of saving and loading.
Okay, now here's the thing. In Deltarune, we have for both the meta-narrative and the regular narrative. And that explanation is Gaster and whatever he's doing to the world, which is likely the device. Our ability to control Kris is seen as a meta-narrative thing because we are actively because the player is what's actively controlling Kris, but it can also be viewed on a narrative level because Gaster forced the player that Gaster accessed is in the in-universe world of Deltarune. Gaster is what's allowing us to have control over Kris via the device. And, like, suspension of disbelief and stuff, but that's from other videos. Molly Star's device theory just pretty much counters pretty much a lot. I've been repeating words. Let me phrase this better. Molly Star's device theory counters a lot of this theory, and suspension of disbelief from Starlinger's theory also makes an appearance in Molly Star's device theory. So a lot of things can be explained away through suspension of disbelief and just Gaster meddling with things.
In effect, Flowey is simultaneously taking part in a regular narrative about Frisk and a meta-narrative about the player. That is the magic of Undertale. Toby stacked two separate narratives on top of each other and had us experience them simultaneously. And this layering is not limited to save.
Deltarune was not meant to function as a game world, but Gaster, through whatever means he did, which is likely a device, is forcing Deltarune to behave like a game world, so that way we can control Kris during the light world. And it makes things super weird, and is why people think that Kris is acting weirdly. Because yes, us controlling Kris is making them act differently from before, but even if you go around and talk to people, unlike Kris, people think that Kris is acting weirdly. But if you just go back up to Toriel's house without interacting with anyone, which is something that Kris would probably and most likely do, because they're just an antisocial, angsty teenager, people will still describe Kris as acting weird and off, because they're just mannerisms and behavior is still weird, because they're not acting like a normal person, they're acting like a game character being controlled by a player.
Saving and loading.
Gaster.
That's just the tip of the iceberg. Case in point, throughout the game, Flowey implies that we are using a stolen soul to interact with the world of Undertale. However, what this means depends on which
I'm really sorry to those that hate when you explain everything away with Gaster, but it's just how Deltarune is.
Narrative you are looking at. In the regular narrative, he's implying that the ghost of Kara has possessed Frisk's body. But in the meta-narrative, he's implying that we, the player, have possessed Frisk instead. This is made doubly meta by the fact that Kara is the only character who we name in the game, and we are expected to name them after ourselves on account of us being tricked into thinking that we are playing as Kara.
we're expected to name the fallen human, which is the first fallen human, which is Kara, after ourselves. And what do? Creation menu. We name the vessel, which may or may not be named after ourselves, but we have to. But guaranteed, the creator of the vessel is expected to be the player. It's just expected to be the player because that's who's creating the vessel. On a meta-narrative level and on a narrative level, the player.
As a result, in the regular narrative, Flowey calling us Kara is him accusing us of being controlled by his dead friend. But in the meta-narrative, Flowey is calling us by our real-life name. This is because Kara represents both the fallen child and the player. This is
the vessel represents, the vessel represents who we were just that the vessel represents the player and the creator.
Why us meeting Kara in the No Mercy route is such a mind screw. We are effectively meeting the character who embodies us in the world of Undertale. It's no wonder this encounter is only possible after we've effectively destroyed the world. We have to break the game in order to meet ourselves. And this sort of fascinating double...
It's meant to be a reflection. An analysis of your actions.
Layering of narrative and meta-narrative is found throughout Undertale. At any given time, you can read the story through either a narrative or meta-narrative lens, which is what makes this game so fascinating to experience and analyze. However, there is a catch to all this. You'll notice that, unlike in something like the Stanley Parable, which actively comments on its own narrative, Undertale keeps its narrative and meta-narrative separate. When Flowey is talking about saving and loading, he's either talking about the in-universe power that he once possessed, or he's talking about the game mechanic. He cannot be talking about...
Hey, it's me, your skin under here, your itchy, flaky scalp. I'm craving relief. New CeraVe anti-dandruff.
Both. He's either in the narrative or he's in the meta-narrative.
You can only as both.
Interpret it as being one or the other at any given time, as they are fundamentally separate concepts. We experience them at the same time, but just as a fictional world and the real world are different things, Undertale's narrative and meta-narrative are different too. Ultimately,
but in Deltarune, it has to be the player because we are directly put in the soul and directly connected to the world via the soul.
The player has to choose which narrative to focus on. Determination is either a physical substance that exists in human bodies, or it's a psychological attribute. Saving and loading is either a superpower or a game mechanic. Kara is either a dead human child or a stand-in for the player. Both narratives are present, but they do not bleed into one another. There is a line between them. This divide allows the player to experience Undertale completely within one narrative or the other. You don't have to interpret any of the plot as being meta if you don't want to. There is a full story about fictional characters in a fictional world in this game, and you can...
Well, Flowey does kind of address you directly at the end of True Pacifist. But as, like, him talking to Kara, but that doesn't make sense because at the end of True Pacifist, Flowey knows that Frisk isn't Kara, or Kara, I go with both. So, at the end of True Pacifist, Flowey and Azrael, which is also Flowey and Azrael, both the same, know that Frisk is not Kara, yet at the end of True Pacifist, Flowey directly says, Kara. So, like, that doesn't make sense. It would only make sense for Flowey to be directly talking to the player instead of Kara because it's been established that Frisk isn't Kara. And I don't think Flowey has the ability to see ghosts, or even know about or that Flowey even knows about how Kara is related to Frisk.
Enjoy that story in its entirety without ever contemplating the meta-narrative. You may forget about the meta-narrative in order to get invested in Alfie's and Undyne's relationship, only to completely forget about the regular narrative as Flowey corrupts the game's intro in his boss fight. Having both types of narrative is fun and unique, but understanding the barrier between the two.
I mean, how would you explain the game's intro in a normal narrative? This has to be in the meta-narrative.
Narrative is fun and unique, but understanding the barrier between the two narratives is crucial if you want to understand what Undertale is and how it works. It is this separation of narratives that is at the heart of this video and at the heart of Deltarune. You see, we must now talk about a little phenomena called the willing suspension of disbelief. What is the willing suspension of disbelief? Well, Wikipedia defines it as the avoidance of critical thinking and logic in understanding something that is unreal or impossible in reality in order to believe in it for the sake of enjoying its narrative. To put it in simpler terms, we know that fiction is not real and does not matter. We know that starships and wizards do not exist. However, when we choose to
according to someone, fiction does matter because it impacts our lives and changes the way we think and just leaves the on us and changes who we are.
Engage with fiction.
But that guy got canceled a while ago.
And we also choose to forget all those facts so as to allow ourselves to enjoy the story. This is part of an unspoken contract with the author. They provide us with entertainment, and in exchange, we engage with their story and enjoy it as if it were real. I know that a fictional character dying does not matter and should not affect me. But since I've chosen to suspend that fact in order to enjoy the story, that character dying does matter and does affect me. The willing suspension of disbelief is simply our choice to care about something fictional in spite of the fact that it is fictional. In the case of video games, this consists of us forgetting that we're playing a game in order to get invested in the story. However, there's a catch. You see, part of this unspoken contract is that the author promises to keep their story believable and consistent within its own internal rules.
Since when was that there's no... I forgot to turn on captions the entire time. But there is no... Yeah, it's unspoken contract, but there is no rule that has the author promise
their story believable
and consistent with its own internal rules. There is none of that. It's not common, but is none of
consistent within its own internal.
There's a reason why it's unwritten
rules. If it violates these internal rules, then our suspension of disbelief can be damaged or destroyed, and
it can be shaken, damaged, or destroyed, but that doesn't mean it will always be broken.
If that happens, we'll stop caring about the story. This doesn't just extend to stuff that doesn't exist either. It also includes things as basic as human nature. If a character acts in a way that no real person would, that alone can threaten our suspension of disbelief. But wait, I can hear you say, what is the point of all this? What does any of this have to do with Undertale or Deltarune? Well, remember how the suspension of disbelief is all about forgetting that we're playing a game in order to get invested in the story? Well, what do you think happens when we introduce a narrative that's all about bringing attention to the player's relationship with that game?
It is one of the most one of the smartest ideas in, like, who do you choose? The characters or the world? Do you want to continue playing in this world? Or do you truly care about these characters and how they relate to you?
In other words, what happens to the suspension of disbelief when you introduce a meta?
Jaru should play the Hex and Inscription and more other Daniel Mullins games. Guess it's a Patreon goal. Or Ko-fi or whatever.
A narrative.
1 million subs and Jaru plays the Hex. How many subs does he have? Well, that's at least if he does decide to do that. I hope he doesn't and actually plays through those games to see, to experience things and change his perspective, because because even if a game has its suspension of disbelief broken, there's still an impact. Everything can leave an impact on you. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Every story, whether good or bad, whether believable or broken, can still leave an impact on a person.
The answer is quite fascinating. You see, when you look at prominent meta-narrative games like The Stanley Parable or I'm Scared, you start to realize that they don't—
Because The Stanley Parable is clearly not believable, but it's still left an amazing impact on me. I never played it, but I've saw it. It really raises the question, though. What games are worth actually playing when you could just watch them? Because a game like Henry Stickmin, there's no difference between playing it yourself and just watching it, really, because that's all Henry Stickmin is, really. A cutscene collection. Admittedly, you get to choose the cutscenes, but if that's what you want, you can still watch all the cutscenes on YouTube anyways. There's very little gameplay to Henry Stickmin. It really raises the question on why it's allowed to be watched on YouTube. Because it defeats the whole point. Why would you buy the game when you can just watch someone else? For a game like, say, Splatoon or Mario, there's a lot more action that you have to get with the game, so watching someone is not going to be very accurate to your own experience playing it. But that's just a bit of a side tangent or whatever. I always say or whatever. Why do I say that?
Particularly care about the suspension of disbelief. This is because you only need that suspension if you are expected to get invested in a fictional world and its characters. But in the case of pure meta-narrative games, they don't care about their regular narratives. They only want you to focus on their meta-commentary. We see this in both of the games I just mentioned. The Stanley Parable is a comedy. Its main goal is to make you laugh, and you don't need to be invested in the world of Stanley's office building in order to be amused by the narrative.
I can still wonder what's the deal with the narrator. What are you doing here? Why is Stanley even to begin with? How is this all happening? How is this occurring? I can still ask those questions and wonder why.
Narrator's commentary.
Even though I know that it's just meta-narrative, it's still fiction, why does it matter? I can still wonder these questions. I can still... Why does the world change after certain events are triggered and certain endings are reached?
a horror game, and horror has always had different expectations than other kinds of stories. In a horror video game, it's less important that the world be consistent and believable than it is to just be scary. Gamers who love indie horror can attest that things like atmosphere, tension, and unique gameplay are far more important than the world being believable. I'm Scared doesn't care about your suspension of disbelief because it doesn't need your investment to scare the daylights out of you.
Yeah, I barely know anything about I'm Scared either. I do know a lot about Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, and it's something. That game's something, and I'm Scared is probably something even more.
In short, we can see from both of these games that having a meta-narrative does—
But it just confuses me whenever I watch people play it, and it's not like I can really go through it myself.
Undermine your player's suspension of disbelief. But because meta-narratives are compelling, even without that suspension, it doesn't matter that it has this effect. The Stanley Parable is still funny, and I'm Scared is still scary, even if you're made aware of the fact that they're just games. They both achieve their goals because they put all their eggs in the meta-narrative basket. However, this raises a tricky question. These two games dodged the issue of suspension of disbelief because they don't care about their normal stories. But what about games that do care? How do you deal with the downsides of a meta-narrative without completely sacrificing the regular narrative?
And this is where things get interesting.
How did Undertale keep audiences invested in fictional characters while also entertaining us with meta commentary? What is its secret?
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved.
The answer is that Toby Fox did put both a regular and meta-narrative in Undertale. But unlike the Stanley Parable or I'm Scared, Toby did not force the player to acknowledge Undertale's meta-elements. Remember, Toby wrote—
how do you acknowledge the game crashing? And how do you acknowledge the glitched intro to Photoshop Flowey? How do you acknowledge the Photoshop aspect of Photoshop Flowey in the normal narrative? Those are questions that I do not know the answers to.
Wrote the game so that it can be viewed as both a regular narrative and a meta-narrative. But as a result of this, it also means you don't have to pay attention to the meta elements if you don't want to. You can ignore the meta aspects of saving and loading and instead just view it as a superpower that your character happens to possess. This extends to all of the game's meta elements, as I explained earlier. In effect, by not shoving the meta-narrative in our face, Toby avoids the downsides of having a meta-narrative in the first place. The meta-narrative is optional, and thus the game gets all the benefits of its clever commentary without sacrificing its fictional world or the player's suspension of disbelief. It's a genius bit of writing that played a big part in Undertale becoming the smash hit that it is today. However, as interesting—
Still, there's plenty of parts of the games where you just have to deal with the meta-narrative. Yeah, you can explain it away being in the normal narrative, but a lot of people are just going to see it for the meta-narrative. And when you see it, and even then, almost everyone's first interpretations of events is going to be when seeing like Flowey Clash, when seeing the ability to save and load. Everyone's first instinct is going to be to see it in a meta-narrative lens instead of a normal narrative.
Thing is all that is, you may have noticed that I've yet to talk about Deltarune. Well, don't worry, this all had a point. You needed all this context in order to understand how Undertale works and the dangers that it faced by having a meta-narrative. It strikes a brilliant balance, but it could have easily shattered our suspension of disbelief if it hadn't been so careful. Understanding the tightrope that Undertale walks is crucial to the discussion surrounding Deltarune. So, now that you've been briefed, let's actually talk about it. Deltarune is a direct follow-up to Undertale. It features the same art style, core gameplay, and many of the same characters and themes. It's not a sequel to Undertale, but it is described as a parallel story to it, implying there's some connection between the games. This overlap extends to its approach to meta-narratives, but whereas Undertale was focused on saving and loading and how the player wields godly levels of power over these fictional worlds, Deltarune goes in the opposite direction. Undertale has one save file, dozens of different endings, and the ability to kill or spare almost any
one ending question mark. I guess is almost anything. I guess that just means not the ghosts and stuff. Can't kill almost anybody. Oh, well, that's always happening.
Any character. Deltarune has multiple save files, only one ending, and you can't kill almost anybody. Both games have a meta-commentary focused on the player's
and you can beat them up pretty bad and get stronger.
Relationship with these worlds, but they are exploring different aspects of that relationship.
It could even be argued that you do kill Spamton and Jevil in some way.
Undertale is about those games where we wield great deals of power, while Deltarune is about those games that railroad us towards one specific outcome. Having these games explore similar yet opposite ideas is really cool, and I think we can all agree that this should lead to another fantastic experience. However, where things get divisive is with the reveal at the end of Chapter 1.
This is to deconstruct the narrative, the relationship between the player and protagonist.
At this point in the game, Kris rips out their soul, puts it in a cage, and goes off to do unknown activities. Not only do
and it has to be the relationship between player and protagonist, because the creator of the vessel has to be the player, and this is a protagonist, an unwilling protagonist. The vessel is assumedly a willing protagonist because we created it. But because because it was discarded and our choices don't matter, apparently, Kris was forced to be an unwilling protagonist.
We stop controlling them at this point, but we are specifically forced to notice that we can still control the soul even after it leaves Kris's body. What this shows us is that Kris is a separate entity from us, and given how violently they removed their soul, we can guess they aren't too happy about us possessing them. Now, at first glance, that seems all well and dandy. It's a cool mystery that we get to explore in future chapters. What could be so divisive about that? Well, you see, this is where fans started reaching a rather specific conclusion. Namely, people started concluding that the main focus of Deltarune will be about how Kris is possessed by the player.
Yes.
And do you know what we call a narrative that is largely focused on the player's relationship with the game? That's right, it's a meta-narrative. In other words, many fans have concluded that Deltarune will
have a meta-narrative, but it will still have a normal narrative involving the Dark Fountains, the Prophecy, and the Roaring. The meta-narrative is going to be how much do you care about that normal narrative, and how much do you care about these characters And will you accept the ability to will you accept the responsibility to let Kris be on their own and just leave this world?
Or entirely focus on its meta-narrative, just like the Stanley Parable and I'm Scared.
It's not going to be entirely focused on the meta-narrative, but it's going to be a big part of it. It's going to intertwine the meta-narrative with the normal narrative. Be one or the other, it's going to be both.
But wait, didn't we just establish that Undertale doesn't work that way? In that game, the player also controls a human, but who is controlling
Undertale, you argued that Undertale separates the meta-narrative and has both a meta-narrative and a normal narrative separate, and yes, I can see that in a way. But in Deltarune, Deltarune's going to have both a normal narrative and a meta-narrative, but they're going to be intertwined instead of separate.
Risk depends on whether you look at the narrative or the meta-narrative. They're either possessed by Kara or the player. This distinction, as you'll recall, was integral to maintaining the suspension of disbelief. If the meta-narrative was a required part of the plot, that would force us to acknowledge that it's just a game, and thus would shatter our immersion in Undertale's regular narrative. The barrier between the two narratives was
you can still care about Deltarune's regular narrative, because even though we've only have 2 chapters, everyone says that Kris is being possessed by the player. And even with that knowledge and that assumption, we still care about characters like Susie, Ralsei, Noelle, Toriel, and all those, and Lancer, King, Rules Card, Queen, Birdly, maybe some other Lighteners and Darkeners that are less important. We can still care about them, even though it's still widely accepted that it's a meta-narrative, that Kris is being possessed by the player, and that's a meta-narrative. We still care about that normal narrative, even though everyone, well, not everyone, most people assume that it's a meta-narrative. They still
critical to that game,
regardless of the suspension of disbelief.
Balance. There are, admittedly, a few moments in Undertale that could be read as breaking down that barrier,
and even then, I gave an explanation towards how it could both work, and that would be the device, and Gastra connecting us to Deltarune.
When Flowey asks us to not reset, and when Kara talks to us directly, but those moments happen at the very end of the 2 main routes, when the game is wrapping up. It doesn't do any harm to our investment to bring down the barrier when the credits are already rolling. However, for 99% of that game, the barrier stays firmly in place, and that's the only reason that Undertale's regular narrative is able to function. But if the main focus of Deltarune is that the player is controlling Kris, and there's no other way to interpret this scene, then that is problematic. If this really is the central concept, if the meta-narrative is being shoved in our face, then that threatens to shatter our suspension of disbelief. Now, that would be fine if Deltarune
does care about having a regular narrative, and how the regular narrative reacts to the meta-narrative is going to be and is going to also going to cause the meta-narrative to react. Because depending on how the normal narrative reacts to the meta-narrative can cause the player to react differently to certain situations, and how the characters view things, which also influences the meta-narrative. Because if Susie does learn about the player controlling Kris, the player is going to be and that player cares a lot about Susie, and sees how upset they are at them, because we're possessing Kris. It's going to cause some conflict, some inner conflict within the player. And also, Susie will have some inner conflict because they're being forced to fight Kris. It's going to make a very interesting narrative.
was a game that didn't care about us being invested in its fictional world. But anyone who has played the first 2 chapters can tell you that is very much not the case. Toby Fox clearly wants us to be invested in the
meta-narrative
lives and stories of these characters.
But it can still be both. Because Susie fighting the player, if that's part of the normal narrative of Deltarune and how it's like the angel and stuff and how and all that, it's hard to put this in words.
The majority of the first 2 chapters is spent on their
have.
completely regular narrative. As such, we are left in a pickle. If this scene can only be interpreted as being a part of the meta-narrative, then that throws the entire regular narrative into the trash. We can't be reminded that we're playing a game and forget that fact at the same time. As such, that leaves us with 2 options. Either A, Toby Fox has lost his touch and accidentally ruined the plot of his game,
according to you,
or B, there is a regular narrative explanation for this.
Let me think.
Scene, and the barrier between the 2 narratives that he achieved in Undertale is still present in Deltarune.
Summer savings are here at Going Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Find a store near you and save big at Going Going Gone.
Sometimes you just need a moment.
This divide between these 2 options is where I ended up pretty quickly when I first started analyzing
these 2 narratives will be divided but secretly intertwined, and when they do fully reveal themselves to be intertwined at the end, it's gonna be worth it. Okay, here's a better way of putting it. We're gonna start off with a narrative and then a meta, and there's gonna be like a smaller part of the meta narrative, but that normal narrative is just gonna be translated into and like fused with the meta narrative. So you're still gonna care, you can still care about the world and everything, but it's just gonna be through the lens of a meta narrative. You're essentially gonna have a meta narrative that has a viewpoint of a narrative.
Deltarune. Undertale is my favorite game of all time. Thus, I had complete faith in Toby Fox's writing skills. That meant I had no choice but to conclude that option B must be the correct one. The barrier must...
Or there's option C, an idea that you can barely comprehend.
Still be in place. So while the player was controlling Kris in the meta-narrative, some other character would have to be possessing them in the regular narrative. With that conclusion
and it cannot be as real because of the Goner Maker.
I then published my video titled What is Ralsei, in which I gave my theory on who was possessing Kris. I would then reiterate this idea that some entity other than the player was involved with Kris throughout many of my later videos. However, it was at this point that I started to notice a strange pattern, both in my comments and on social media. People really didn't seem to agree with my conclusion that some other entity was possessing Kris. They dubbed this idea Third Entity Theory, a title which came with a heaping pile of skepticism attached to it. They framed this idea as being some
from Andrew Cunningham
conclusion that made the story more messy, and thus wasn't likely to be true. This baffled me, of course, but at this stage I couldn't quite articulate why my conclusion was not only logical, but downright necessary for the plot to function. It wasn't until I released a video called The Gaster Files that I finally understood.
Wait, was that the video that was talked about earlier? I can't remember. On like the Gaster's multiverse dilemma or whatever.
Where me and the community were miscommunicating. In that video, I mentioned how Gaster couldn't have stolen my real-life soul because that would be applying a narrative to my life that I know isn't true, which would
you are willingly accepting Gaster didn't steal your soul. Gaster gave you control of Kris's soul via the device. Or just via Deltarune.
Shatter my suspension of disbelief. This was a fairly minor part of that video, and I didn't think much of it at the time, but because it was so early on in a video focused on Gaster, it was something that a lot of people saw. Shortly after, I released a video where I ranked Deltarune fan theories in a tier list, and throughout that video, I frequently mentioned how I didn't like a lot of the theories.
Gaster summoned the player to control Kris's soul, which ends up with Gaster summoned Kris's soul, which is what gave the player control of Kris.
Focused on the player's role in this story. That was because most of these theories were working from the perspective that the player controlling Kris was the only possible interpretation of this scene. However, because that video was unscripted, I failed to effectively articulate why I didn't like those theories. That was partially because this is a complicated topic that is hard to explain, but it was also because I assumed me and the community were broadly on the same page. Oh, how wrong I was. After the release of these two videos, I noticed a whole new brand of negative comments on YouTube, Twitter, and Reddit. People heard me say how the player can't be the one possessing Kris, and took that to mean that I was just too stupid to understand the idea of a meta-narrative. They thought I was insisting on there being some other entity possessing Kris because I couldn't conceive of the idea of a meta-narrative focused on the relationship between them and the player. Or even if I could conceive of it, I couldn't understand the worth in exploring such a narrative. It was at this point that I finally realized what was causing this miscommunication. I had reached the conclusion that there had to be this separation of narratives so early on in my theory crafting career that I just assumed it was an accepted fact. I didn't realize that the importance of suspension of disbelief was something that needed to be discussed, much less explained. So when a sizable chunk of the fan base labeled me as crazy and quirky,
the narrative, there's an explanation for why the meta-narrative exists in the narrative in Deltarune. The Deltarune narrative explains why Deltarune has a meta-narrative. That's how you can explain it.
For suggesting someone other than the player was possessing Kris, I didn't really get their perspective. I thought my logic was fairly sound, so the people saying it didn't make sense or didn't fit Toby Fox's writing style seemed rather irrational to me. It's only now that I understand people thought that idea was so insane because they thought I didn't understand or didn't believe in the idea of a meta-narrative. In a moment of absolute irony, by not overtly discussing the intricacies of the suspension of disbelief, I actually damaged people's opinion of my own media literacy. It is for all these reasons that I have made this video. I need the community to understand my point of view, and why Deltarune focusing primarily on a meta-narrative would be problematic. I need you all to see that while meta-narratives have always been a core part of Toby Fox's work, having it be an undeniable part of the regular plot is not how he rolls. He layers the two narratives on top of each other, allowing people to engage with one or both depending upon our preferences. That is why some fans love Undertale purely for its world and characters, while others love it for its meta-narrative about how people interact with games.
You can have both.
Undertale is a buffet where you can pick and choose what you want to engage with. It is not a 3-course meal where eating the meta-narrative is a required chore. And Deltarune, in my opinion, is clearly the same. There has to be a regular narrative explanation for everything that occurs in Deltarune, as otherwise that regular narrative falls apart. I'm fine with people disagreeing with my theories or ideas, and I don't want to come across as condescending by explaining all this, but when the miscommunication between us gets so bad that people think I'm brain dead, that's when I have to draw a line and start explaining things in exhaustive detail. With that said, you may have some issues or concerns with this entire line of thought, so I'll try and preemptively answer some of those concerns now. When you hear me say that Flowey can't be talking about the narrative and meta-narrative at the same time, that may inspire a knee-jerk reaction of why not? If a real person could understand the subtle nuances of these two narratives and discuss both simultaneously, then why can't Flowey? The answer is, maybe he could. Flowey is, in many ways, a parallel to the player. He could save and load, he played through every route, he feverishly uncovered every line of dialogue, and he now just views the world as shallow and uninteresting.
He even describes the world as lines of dialogues and sets of numbers, as if it was code. Just a world, but code.
He exhausted the game of its potential, and now he wants something new. So the idea that he has become self-aware of his world's status as a video game and now looks at it through both a narrative and meta-narrative lens is a completely valid interpretation of Flowey's character. However, whether or not Flowey is aware he's in a video game is unimportant for the purposes of this video. When I said Flowey has to be talking about one narrative or the other, I meant that from a player investment standpoint, not from a literal in-universe character standpoint. Flowey knowing about the meta-narrative is a matter of debate, but what is not a matter of debate is the effect a meta-narrative has on a player's investment in
the normal narrative of Undertale is linked to the meta-narrative because the normal narrative is like dressed up in a costume of the meta-narrative. The normal narrative pretends to be a meta-narrative.
The regular narrative. By bringing attention to the player's existence, you force them to detach from their investment in the fictional world. As such, the only way to keep people invested in the fictional world is to either not have a meta-narrative or to keep the meta-narrative optional. That's what I meant when I said Flowey has to be talking about one narrative or the other. I purely
remember earlier when I said that Mario is aware of the player and stuff? Because he, does the peace sign. I mean, you can literally play rock, paper, scissors with him in Mario Odyssey. One of the most fun secrets in the game. Because it's a reference to both Galaxy, Sunshine, and 64, with the way he grabs power moons, but enough about Easter eggs. The thing is, Mario can acknowledge a meta-narrative in the player, and people can still care about its normal narratives to some extent, in the world of Mario, because it's fantastical, and wacky, and different. It's not the same as a normal world. And Deltarune is clearly not the same as a normal world. Because, one, it does have Dark World, but a human, or just any creature at all, being possessed or controlled by another creature is just not a normal thing.
meant that the two narratives must be separate, and not that Flowey is incapable of understanding the true nature of his world. However, that brings us to the second argument I can see people making. I keep claiming that the regular narrative suffers if the meta-narrative is the main focus, but how do I know that is the case? Where is my proof? Are there any cases of a game with both types of narrative that fails to achieve the balance that Undertale did? The answer...
An answer to that would have been a spoiler for another game that he hasn't played yet because he decided to limit himself to what he plays. But
yes, I do
this
in
one
fact
I can
have
talk
evidence
about.
of this very thing, and that evidence is called...
Well,
explore handpicked hotels through the edit.
You'll get your ad revenue, Jaru.
And unlock upgraded stays.
Enjoy it.
With Chase Sapphire
Enjoy the
Reserve.
pennies or whatever.
Make more of what's yours.
Track your cat's litter box behavior with Petivity.
My mind is blown.
Petivity. Reimagine pet care.
Not sure if 10 seconds gave him extra money, but may as well. Now this is a game.
There will be major spoilers for this game, so skip to this timestamp if you don't want to hear it. Doki Doki Literature Club, or DDLC, is a dating simulator that focuses on the main character preparing for a school festival alongside a couple girls from his literature club. The narrative is focused on you befriending these girls and ultimately picking one to form a romantic relationship with. However, a couple hours into the game, this whole narrative has the rug yanked out from under it as Monica, one of the girls in the club, becomes self-aware. She now knows that she is a fictional character inside a video game. This knowledge drives her to begin editing the game's code in order to force the player to be with her. She wants this because everything else in her world now feels hollow and unimportant, and only the player feels real. Now, DDLC is a pretty popular indie horror game, and it's certainly commendable for doing something rather unique with its genre. However, it does have one rather crucial flaw that tends to be brought up by critics, specifically with regards to the regular narrative. While people universally liked the meta-narrative focused on Monica, the regular narrative focused on the literature club is somewhat looked down upon. Not because it's problematic, but because it's unimportant. The main focus of...
I could go into this, but Snarlinger already did. I should, go and find that video and also put it in the description. Because if it wasn't for characters like Yuri, Natsuki, and Sayori, and just Monica herself, you wouldn't care about what Monica is doing to them. Why would you want to delete Monica or just do anything to end the game? Why would you have enough hatred towards Monica or just want to do anything with Monica in Act 3 if you don't have a connection to Yuri, Natsuki, and Sayori? You want things to go back to the way they were, and you want to go back to Act 1 instead of dealing with Monica in Act 2 and 3 because you care about these characters from Act 1.
DDLC is on Monica's meta-narrative, so having to spend several hours pretending that this game is a normal dating simulator feels rather pointless.
And it really is not pointless. It's what gets you attached to these characters and what gets you about that warning at the very start of the game and the warning on Steam. You forget all about it until the rug is really pulled out from under you. There's a sign right outside the room that says, "There is a pit that falls into lava." And then there's a very suspicious rug. But there's a sign okay, I said this wrong. There's a sign at the end of a hallway, at the start of a hallway that says there's a rug, there's a warning, pit of lava. But there's such a long hallway that when you walk through it all, and you get to the end of the room, you forget all about that pit of lava and step on a rug and fall right into it.
Why waste the player's time on a regular narrative that doesn't matter by the end? Why spend several hours on what amounts to filler content when all that actually matters is the stuff revealed after the Monica twist? This criticism
It is very important.
Became even more pronounced with the DDLC re-release, which added a bunch of new side stories. These side stories
people more attached to the characters normally, and gets people to view the world, to see the world in a non-meta way, and how it would have, and like how it would normally function without the player or any problems, and get people even closer to these characters.
Entirely based in the regular narrative of the DDLC world, and explain how these girls met and became friends. However, many fans found this rather underwhelming and uninteresting, as it was just building.
Maybe it's like that vocal chamber thing. You didn't care about it, so now that's all you hear. Because what I hear is that a lot of people do kind of care about these things. Well, I don't hear it a lot, but it's
upon a world that ultimately gets thrown away. The problem with DDLC as
not too important, not too unimportant.
As you likely guessed, was its failure to balance its narrative and meta-narrative. While the girls from the literature club are nice and it's cool to learn more about them, it's sadly impossible for many gamers to care about them and their stories. This is because our suspension of disbelief has been shattered by the meta-narrative taking center.
Shattered for you, but not broken for us.
Stage, and with our investment in the fictional world destroyed, it's
You've already heard this before.
Difficult, if not downright impossible, to recapture the interest of those players. All they're interested in now is the meta content, so adding non-meta content is pointless to them. This is the price that DDLC paid by forcing a meta narrative onto the player. It doesn't matter how fleshed out, likable, or sympathetic the fictional characters are if the player's investment in that fiction has been undermined. Hilariously enough, Monica's story perfectly encapsulates the danger of integrating a meta-narrative. Monica's entire character is focused on her losing investment in the fictional story of her world due to her becoming aware of reality. And if being made aware of the meta-narrative undermines Monica's investment in the story, why would the player be any different? It is this scenario that Deltarune runs the risk of facing if it chooses to focus on a meta-narrative. If it's revealed that this scene really can only be read through a meta lens, that will do horrendous damage to the game's reputation.
Maybe, but it will also get players to really think and see how this world will react to them when they shouldn't be there.
Context, DDLC is a really short game. The main story is only 4 hours long. Yet even with that brief length, critics were still annoyed at having to waste 1 or 2 hours on the regular narrative. By contrast, Deltarune is over 7 hours long with just the first 2 chapters, and it's projected to be at least 20 hours long by the end. If wasting...
Maybe, but you're forgetting... It's also being spread out quite well, because it happened at the end of Chapter 1, happening at the end of Chapter 2, and even then you have the entirety of, like, Spamton's storyline and Jevel's madness. So, if you decide to pay attention to those as well, there's a lot more meta-narrative than normal. And it's just spread out. Sure, it's not the entire focus, but it's still there, and it's something you can pay attention to, so it won't completely shatter.
Wasting 1 or 2 hours was enough to irritate people, then imagine how they will feel when we spend dozens of hours developing a narrative that is ultimately thrown away. People would be outraged. Not only did the game get us invested in these characters for no reason, but it also wasted our valuable time. If all this happens, not only would Deltarune fail to surpass Undertale, but its quality as a game in general would be called into question. That is the timeline we are looking at if this scene is purely meta in nature. That is also why I don't believe it. I have far too much respect for Toby Fox as a writer to believe he would sabotage.
And I have too much respect for Toby Fox as a writer to think that he would just repeat his previous story in a remixed way. It does look like what's happening, because that's kind of what the Dark World is. Dark World's just the underground, but different.
His own game like this. As such, given the options of A. Deltarune being ruined by a poorly thought out meta-narrative, or B. Kris being possessed.
Option C, the meta-narrative is intertwined with the normal narrative
by someone other than the player in the regular narrative, I'm going with option B. And hopefully, after explaining all this, you viewers at home will.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, Tracy from Lilies of Charleston.
This part of the
2. And with that, we've reached the end of the video. To be honest, it is such a relief to finally understand the source of this confusion. You can only have so many people accusing you of being media illiterate before you start to get concerned. But I understand now, and hopefully with the release of this video, I will have successfully cleared up this confusion. It's fine for
It only added to the fire even more. But now that we can understand your perspective, you can start to understand our perspective. We can start, because you made this to try and get us to understand your perspective. We now understand your perspective, and we can respond in a way that you would understand even more. So ultimately, it ended up being good, I think.
To have a meta-narrative focused on the player's relationship.
It's good to have an easy and back-and-forth conversation
with Kris. Not only is it fun,
it's also kind of why I like to play devil's advocate, because it helps me assume what's on the other end of the conversation, because there isn't an explanation for Kris being possessed by Azrael. It's so far of a stretch that I would rather not believe it, but it's still technically a possibility. Even with the evidence I disproved it, I've made evidence to disprove my disprovement. It's just that I won't focus on that evidence and just won't accept it. Well, I'll accept it, it's just that I won't believe it until I have reason to believe it.
But it is explicitly what is going on, and I am not denying that. Where I draw the line is with regards to the distinction between narrative and meta-narrative. Just as saving and loading has both a regular and meta-narrative explanation, I am simply insisting that Kris being possessed must be the same way. I personally think they're possessed by Azrael in the regular narrative, but I'm absolutely open to other ideas. The only issue I take is with people insisting the player is the only character possessing Kris, while completely ignoring the consequences that would have for the narrative. I am open to other people's ideas, and
Yeah, I'm willing for there to be some car equivalent that's what created the vessel. I'm okay with that, because it's a parallel between the vessel and Kara.
I'm not so conceited as to think I'm the only one capable of discussing or understanding these concepts. All I want is for the community to be on the same page and to be able to discuss these topics in a respectful way. Hopefully, this video will have taken a step towards that goal. I've got a bunch of other videos, blind playthroughs, and lore playthroughs coming down the pipe, so I hope y'all are excited for that. I especially
No, these comments. Thank you for all the comments and feedback. I've heard a lot of mostly standpoints, and it's been very educational. I'll try my best to phrase my literary analysis as opinion in the future, as the lack of that in this video seems to be a major source of contention. Beyond that, I think I made it clear that I have nothing but respect for Toby Fox in this video, but just for those who don't quite get that, I totally respect Toby Fox. I'm sure he'll make Deltarune something fantastic no matter what. Maybe he'll do it in the way I suggested, or maybe he'll find some innovative way of doing it that I couldn't conceive of. But no matter what, I'm sure Deltarune will be great. And I hope it's clear that none of this was meant to be viewed as criticism of Toby Fox. Hope that clears things up. Thanks again for watching. It's all just a matter of perspective and how you view things. Because I can view things as the player possessing Kris because of the Goner Maker, or Jaru could view things as Asriel possessing Kris, and the creator of the vessel is just some sort of Asriel alter ego. It's just how you interpret the evidence. I understand your point entirely, however, I feel like you don't understand that most fans of Undertale simply don't see it that way. It's the same reason DDLC is very popular. Most people just don't care if it's a line between the meta-narrative and the normal narrative is broken. Oh, well, that glitched. I'm gonna look for something. Give me a minute. Good news, I found it. I can understand where you are coming from, but you should not assume that every player will suddenly stop caring for a regular narrative when their suspension of disbelief is broken. A player's connection to characters or worlds does not suddenly become invalid once the game or story puts a focus onto a meta-narrative. For example, in the video, you claim that DDLC failed to have both a regular narrative and a meta-narrative, and that the regular narrative was pointless. But for me and probably some other players, I was first interested in the meta-narrative and did not care about the regular narrative until I was fully invested in the meta-narrative and wanted to understand the characters more. And thus the regular narrative more. If Deltarune... Okay, let me go back here. I was first interested in the meta-narrative and did not care about the regular narrative until I was fully invested in the meta-narrative and wanted to understand the characters more, and thus the regular narrative more. If Deltarune does have a meta-narrative with the player controlling Kris, it does not make the world any less impactful on the player because of the memories and experiences we've earned playing the game. Kris being controlled by the player would certainly have a more negative impact on the in-universe characters than Kris being controlled by someone other than the player, and could break some suspension of disbelief even more. But it also depends on the person or player and their investment in the story. Their tolerance to having their suspension of disbelief broken, and how drastic the shift is from the regular narrative to a meta-narrative, because just like pain, everyone has different tolerances to having their suspension of disbelief Just like pain, everyone has different tolerances to having their suspension of disbelief broken. Who would have known I wrote such a long comment? I think it was nicer when writing this comment than my review. Well, not review, but just me going over this video for the stream. I also have a question that you may have already answered in the comments of the Ralsei video, but it's about the vessel creation sequence and Azrael possessing Kris's soul. Once the vessel is done and you are given the option to both name it and its creator, why are you given the choice to put what it... Okay, this is it. This is the part that I haven't gotten a response to yet. I was hoping that after all this time, I would have gotten an answer or an explanation, but no. Okay. Once the vessel is done and you are given the option to both name it and its creator, why are you given the choice to put what is intended to be the player's own name as the creator or vessel? As the creator or the vessel. If your theory is correct, then the true name of the creator of the vessel should be Azrael, and not the player's name, or anything else. But the voice just calls it an interesting coincidence when put in, and nothing more. Yeah. The voice just calls it an interesting coincidence that your vessel or your own name is Azrael. When if we are playing as Azrael and the Azrael is actually creating the vessel, wouldn't we get a more unique response? It could be a similar twist to Kara's reveal in Undertale, but in Deltarune, Azrael is mentioned by multiple characters, and if Azrael is the creator of the vessel, shouldn't his name be replaced by the name we put in as the creator of the vessel, like Kara's name in Undertale, and how Castletown is called Player Town? If there's going to be someone else possessing Kris and it's not the player, it would make sense for it to be another character similar to Kara and not Azrael. Jaru, I feel bad for you because you just provoked the entire DDLC fan base. I actually love DDLC, the meta-narrative that it forced upon me. It actually helped me enjoy the game and its side stories. Like, I don't know if you know the lore behind the side stories, but it's pretty much another meta-narrative that's explained via emails of the game developers. But despite that, I enjoyed it a lot. So personally, I have no issues with the meta-narrative being integral of the story, and I care a lot about the characters all the same to me. Like with One Shot. The game locked behind a paywall to Jaru. So yeah, when I first heard of DDLC, it was through the meta-narrative, probably, because I was interested in the meta-narrative. I did not care for dating sims. I did not care for anime. I was not interested in the game. but I heard of the meta-narrative, and that's what interested me. So I went and watched other people play DDLC and learned more and more about the meta-narrative, and just saw all the horrors that game had to offer, and that's what got me interested in... I can't speak. And that's what got me interested in the normal narrative, the completely regular narrative, because I did not care about anime, I did not care about dating sims, I did not care about these characters, like, mostly at all. But because I was interested in the meta-narrative, it got me curious about the normal narrative, and that's what got me interested in learning about these characters. And I learned more about Sayori, and her depression, and her relationship to the main character, or MC of the game. I learned more about Yuri, and her odd tendencies, and I learned more about Sayori, no, I already did Sayori. I learned more about Natsuki and her problems with her dad, and her lack of food and nutrition and stuff. I did not care about any of that, but because of the meta-narrative, it got me interested into the normal narrative. So if anything, it worked in reverse. That's one of the biggest things that I have to say about this. I guess I could read more comments, but it's already 7. I've been streaming for how long? Nearly 6 hours. So I think it's better for me to end this video now. I think tomorrow I might stream Deltarune Chapter 1, or I might stream Deltarune Chapters 1 and 2 on Wednesday. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna continue to stream Deltarune-related things until Chapter 5, until June 5th, and Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 release, along with the Nintendo Switch 2. So, just more Deltarune stuff's gonna be coming in the future. It's gonna be all Deltarune until I can play Chapters 3 and 4. So, because of that, and I have nothing more to really add to the stream, and it's been going on for a while, so I'll end things off here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.